The famous author and a motivational speaker Zig Ziglar said, you can have everything in your life you want if you just help others to get what they want. You also can have everything you want in your life if you just help
I request all members to please switch off their camera. Is on. A very warm welcome to all the members present here today at this platform. Sorry for the delay of 5 minutes. In, in the sequence to the series of the events that our department had been celebrating, We are here with the next event, our 2-day national webinar, which has already taken the shape of an international webinar. We are proud to announce that there are more than 500 participants today with us from India and abroad. Greetings to all. Before the commencement of the program, I would cordially like to invite our Professor and Head Department of English, Government Mahakoshal Arts and Commerce College, Dr. Abha Pandey, and the members of my department, with two of the PG students from MA second semester and MA fourth semester, Arpit Shukla and Shivam Pathak, to light the lamp for Saraswati Vandana. Professor Pandey and the members of the department.
Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Pandey and the members of the department and the students of our department for the Saraswati Vandana. After seeking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, we would now wish to welcome all the guest speakers, resource persons, and chairpersons, and take the opportunity to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur, our Additional Director, Dr. Leela Bhalavi, Madam, our patron and principal, Professor A.C. Tiwari, and Professor Sanjay Arora, National President of LTI, Dean School of Languages, Central University, Rajasthan. And Professor G.S. Gautam, former Professor, Institute of Excellence, Bhopal, Dr. Indra Nityanandanam, former Principal of Srimati S.R. Mehta Arts College, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Dr. Ashok Sachdeva ji, Professor, Government Girls Degree College, Indore, MP, and Professor K.M. Pandey ji, Professor, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Before we officially begin the program, we would like to pay a tribute to our former head, late Mrs. Mohini Chakranarayan, former principal, Government PG College, Swami Vivekanand College, Narsinghpur, Madhya Pradesh. Members of our family, Dr. Shalini Chakranarayan, who is a professor in Saudi Arabia in a government university, UAE, and her husband, Vishwas, has also joined us cordially. Ashish has also joined us cordially today. Your life was a blessing, your memory a treasure. You are loved beyond words and missed beyond measure. Even after the superannuation, Madam Chakranarayan renamed, remained associated and had been very active with us throughout her career. She was an all-rounder, and I am personally following her footsteps, as she was my guide and supervisor for my doctoral work. And I'm also sure whoever has met her would have liked to meet her again and again. Such was her aura. We miss you, ma'am. We love you, dear ma'am. And after this, a tribute to ma'am, I would cordially invite Professor Pandey, head of the department, to share the schedule of both the day's program with us, the objectives of the webinar, and the activities of the English department and LTI last 5 years. Professor Abha Pandey.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha Kumar. Bowing my head before Goddess Saraswati, as the convener of the webinar on behalf of the Department of English, Government Mahakoshal Arts and Commerce College, and LTI Jabalpur chapter, at the outset, I take the privilege to welcome our guests and participants in the inaugural session of National Webinar on Literature, Culture and Society. I welcome our chief guest, Honorable Professor Kapil Mishra, Vice Chancellor of our very University, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our special guest, Dr. Sanjay Arora, National President, Association of India, working as an associate professor at Central University, Rajasthan. We are all eager to hear the keynote from our guest for the session, Professor Krishna Mohan Pandey from the Department of English, Banaras, Hindu University, Varanasi. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome our principal and patron of this webinar, Professor A.C. Tiwari. I welcome our resource persons, Professor Basudev Paul and Dr. Neeru Tandon for today's plenary session. And I also welcome the chairperson for the paper presentation session, Professor Alok Chansoria, who is chairperson, Board of Studies, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya. I welcome all the participants, the professors, research scholars, and students from across India and abroad, moderators, and members of my team. It's my proud privilege to inform you that more than 450 across 500 participants have registered for the webinar, and the members are not only from India, but from 5 other countries, from Philippines, from Kenya, from University of Sindh, Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from US. So indeed, it has taken the shape of an international webinar because of the presence of so many participants from outside India. Believe me, we wanted to organize this event in the normal mode and host you all in person in Jabalpur. Somehow it was not possible. I have been asked to present a report of the activities conducted by the Department of English and LTI Jabalpur chapter, and also to speak about the objective of the webinar. I begin with introducing our town, Jabalpur. Jabalpur is an ancient town situated in the center of India on the bank of holy river Narmada. It was declared Sanskardhani by Acharya Vinoba Bhave, and it stands true to its name. Mother Nature has been benevolent in providing natural beauty to our town. Very close to Jabalpur town is situated in Bedaghat, the Dhuadhar waterfall. It is an awesome spectacle of nature. Mother Narmada, after creating a waterfall at Dhuadhar, passes through Marble Rocks, which is a major tourist destination. These marble rocks reflect the sunlight and present a serene and spellbinding environment. The rocks look especially beautiful in the moonlight. Abundance of natural beauty has attracted the attention of Bollywood, and this has become a famous shooting spot. Now, something about my college. Government Mahakoshal Arts and Commerce College, Jabalpur is one of the oldest and most prestigious institution of higher education in central India. The institution was established in 1836. It rose to prominence as Robertson College. Even today, we remember it as Old Robertson. The institution was affiliated to Kolkata University, Nagpur University, Sagar University, and finally in 1956, it became affiliated to Jabalpur University. Its name was changed to Mahakoshal after independence. It was bifurcated into Government Science College and Government Mahakoshal College. It was conferred autonomous status in 1988 and lead college status for Jabalpur district by Department of Higher Education in 2002. It was reaccredited B grade by NAC in 2019. The college has enjoyed prestigious reputation and boasts of thousands of alumni scattered all over the world. We feel proud to inform you that Osho Rajneesh worked in the Department of Philosophy of our college. A word about my department. Our department was founded in 1896. Postgraduate course in English was added in 1939. At present, there are 7 faculty members in the department. The department became associated with LTI in 2013. LTI Jabalpur chapter was inaugurated by Professor Ghanshyam Iyengar, then National Secretary LTI. The department has conducted various activities, workshops on professional development, symposium. We established a language lab in 2013, which was inaugurated by the Deputy Secretary UGC from Bhopal. We conduct various activities in the multimedia language lab. We also conduct communicative English course of 3 months, that is 90 hours duration, for proficiency development of our students using Wordsworth Language Lab software. We have organized a symposium on teaching and learning of English as a second language, a state-level workshop on effective presentation skills, a national seminar cum workshop on innovative trends in learning English language and literature, and conducted various workshops for the proficiency development and skill development of our students, such as communication skills, soft skills, employability skills, e-learning, etc. All the members of the department are trained by Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai, and Cambridge University to conduct communicative English courses. 2 members of the department are actively engaged in research supervision. These are some of the activities of our college. We also conduct social outreach program for the students of the suburbs of school and college. In 2019, we conducted a course of Cambridge Assessment English in collaboration with Cambridge University. Our members represented at International Conference at Noida. We celebrated Online Teachers Day organized by LTI. And very recently, in December 22, once again, after a gap of COVID, we have conducted a workshop on communicative in the month of December. One of our members, Dr. Pratibha Kumar, our organizing secretary, had the opportunity to deliver a lecture on Dalit literature at Adelphi University, New York, USA. Now, the objective of the webinar. This activity is organized for the academic excellence and to provide an opportunity to the faculty members to upgrade themselves. With the recent developments in English literature, the research scholars and students to be aware of the contemporary aspects of literary research and to develop critical skills and enable them to write and present research papers. The theme of the webinar, literature reflects society. It also influences society. It reflects the norms, morals, values, ethos of culture, and the process of class struggle. The interrelationship and interdependence of literature, society, and culture has brought in new ideas and approaches emerging from various disciplines. In the post-colonial era, the voices raised by the oppressed brought in new literatures, feminist literature, subaltern, and Dalit literature. The intermingling of societies and culture in the present era, due to the impact of globalization, has brought in new issues like diaspora studies, multiculturalism, interculturalism, transnationalism, etc. The theme of the webinar aims at exploring these dynamics with a focus on complementary nature of the literature and its influence on human life. The sub-themes of the webinar covers all these issues. We have discussed the details of this session. On day 1, we have keynote address, 2 plenary session, and 1 paper presentation session. On the second day, we have 3 plenary session and 1 paper presentation session, followed by the valedictory session. I thank you for a patient hearing of my views about the highlight of the activities and objective of the webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. After knowing the details of the program and the details of the webinar for 2 days, we would now like to invite our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kapil Dev Mishra Ji, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur, to bless us at this academic festival with his words. Professor Kapil Dev. I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor.
Thank you. आवाज आ रही?
जी सर.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
महाकौशल महाविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में आज के हमारे अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर एस तिवारी जी और मुख्य वक्ता और हमारे आंग्ल भाषा के विशेषज्ञ प्रोफेसर कृष्ण मोहन पांडे जी, यहाँ से प्रणाम करता हूँ। और सम्माननीय हमारे अतिथि, अन्य प्रतिभागीगण और इसको ऑर्गेनाइज करने वाली डॉक्टर प्रतिभा कुमार जी और प्रोफेसर पांडे मैडम जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आप सबने जो विषय का चयन किया है वो अत्यंत प्रासंगिक है और सच है, इस समय पूरे देश में ही नहीं पूरे विश्व में यदि किसी की आवश्यकता है, विशेष रूप से जिस पर बुद्धिजीवी अत्यंत चिंतित और चिंतन भी कर रहे हैं, वो है लिटरेचर, कल्चर एंड सोसाइटी। हम सबको पता है कि कल्चर इज एक्टिविटी ऑफ थॉट एंड रिस्पेक्टिवनेस टू ब्यूटी and human feeling. Scraps of information have nothing to do with it. A merely well-informed is the most useless bone on God's earth. What we should aim at is producing a man who possesses both culture and expert knowledge in some special direction. हम सबको पता है कि संस्कृत चिंतन की चेष्टा है सौंदर्य तथा मानवीय भावनाओं की ग्रहणशीलता है। केवल जानकारी से जुड़े हुए टुकड़ों में उसका कोई संबंध नहीं होता। कोई मात्र जानकारी रख ले उससे वो पूर्ण नहीं कहा जा सकता, क्योंकि इस समय तो बहुत हम सब देख रहे हैं, गूगल गुरु पर जो चाहे सब प्राप्त हो जाता है। वो व्यक्ति ये बात जो कही है वो द एम्स ऑफ एजुकेशन में A.W. व्हाइटहेड ने लिखा है और पंडित हमारे राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी ने इसको हिंद स्वराज में कोट किया है। संस्कृत वो है जो विशिष्ट दिशा दर्शन देती है और समाज को नए नए आयामों पर चिंतन करने के लिए सक्रिय भी बनाती है और साथ साथ सुसज्जित, सुव्यवस्थित और अनुशासित तरीके से जीवन में आगे बढ़ने का मार्ग भी दिखाती है। हम सबको पता है कि भारतीय चिंतन शैली और वेस्टर्न चिंतन शैली, चाहे वो लिटरेचर की बात हो, चाहे वो सोसाइटी के रहन सहन की बात हो, दोनों में बहुत विभिन्नताएं हैं। हमारे यहाँ साहित्य को कहते हैं कि जो सबके हित की बात करे, साहित्य सबके हित, सर्वे भवन सुखना सर्वे संत निरामया की जो बात करे वो साहित्य, क्योंकि लोक मंगल की कामना जिसमें हो। लेकिन वेस्टर्न कल्चर में, अभी हमने पूछा था किसी से तो उन्होंने जानकारी दी कि there are 6 main reasons why literature is written. First of all उन्होंने कहा it relieves stress, फिर कहा it inspires imagination and thinking, बिल्कुल सही है। It keeps the brain active and healthy, ये भी ठीक है। It helps a person to expand their vocabulary, शब्दावली की वृद्धि भी होती है, इससे सही है, ये भी है। लेकिन communication skills are improved by reading literature, ये भी किसी ने कहा। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ तो सर्व स्वांता सुखाय रघुनाथ गाथा लिटरेचर लिखा गया और लोक मंगल की भावना से ओतप्रोत होकर के लिखा गया। तो हमारे भारत में जो लिटरेचर लिखने की रीति, नीति और दिशा रही वो बिल्कुल पृथक रही। आंग्ल भाषा में हमारे विशेषज्ञ सभी जुड़े हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर आलोक चंद सौरिया जी भी जुड़े हुए हैं, दिखलाई पड़ रहे हैं। अन्य सभी हमारे देश विदेश के प्रतिभागीगण और विद्वज्जन जुड़े हैं जो इस पे विचार रखेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि समाज का सच्चा कोई प्रबोधन करता है तो साहित्य ही करता है। इसीलिए साहित्य को समाज का दर्पण कहते हैं। इसलिए दर्पण कहते हैं कि हमें सब कुछ उसमें दिखलाई पड़ता है, लेकिन केवल वर्तमान ही नहीं, वो अतीत की पूंजी को लेकर वर्तमान से संयुक्त करते हुए, मिश्रित करते हुए भविष्य का स्वर्णिम निर्माण करने में सक्षम होता है। और सच्चा साहित्य वही है जो ये भी बताए कि समाज, व्यक्ति, परिवार, समाज, राष्ट्र और वैश्विक क्षितिज की जो चुनौतियां हैं, उन चुनौतियों का सम्यक समाधान कहाँ है। केवल समस्या नहीं, समाधान चाहिए साहित्य में। और आज 21वीं शताब्दी उसी दिशा में जा रही, चाहे वो बेकारी की बात हो, चाहे बीमारी की बात हो, चाहे अशिक्षा की बात हो, चाहे गरीबी की बात हो, चाहे प्रदूषण, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण की बात हो, चाहे नैतिक मूल्यों के ह्रास की बात हो, या अन्य अन्य जो चुनौतियां हमारे वैश्विक स्तर पर हैं, या राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हैं, या प्रादेशिक स्तर पर हैं, या स्थानीय स्तर पर हैं, उन सब चुनौतियों के दिशा देने का काम अगर कहीं हमारे मिलता है तो वो हमारी साहित्य के द्वारा ही दिशा दी जाए आगे आने वाला। क्योंकि जो कवि होता है, लेखक होता है, राइटर होता है, वो अकुतोभय और निरंकुश, हम देख रहे हैं मूल्यों के क्षरण के इस जो साहित्य, बहुत से साहित्य ऐसे लिखे जा रहे हैं कि अगर बच्चों के हाथ में आ जाए तो अपठनीय भी होते हैं। ऐसी दिशा में हम सबको मिलकर, विशेषकर प्रबुद्ध जनों को, जो लिटरेचर से जुड़े हुए हैं, हमारे आंग्ल भाषा के जो विशेषज्ञ हैं, हमारे संस्कृत के हैं, हम तो सभी की बात कर रहे हैं, और अन्य अन्य सब मिल करके उस दिशा में जो समाज की आवश्यकता और आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के हेतु मार्गदर्शन का, दिशा दर्शन का कार्य करे। सच्चा साहित्य वही है, और हमारे लोक कल्याणकारी कार्यों को आगे बढ़ाए। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ जो भारत में हुई है रचना, वो दिशा यही रही है। विश्व के जो भी चिंतकों की देन है, उस चिंतन पर भी हम विचार करेंगे, और जो श्रेष्ठ निष्कर्ष आएंगे उस पर हमें लगता है कि जो दो दिन का सेमिनार है, सभी लोग उस निष्कर्ष से हमको भी अवगत कराएंगे। मैं बहुत बहुत पुनः डॉक्टर पांडे जी, डॉक्टर प्रतिभा कुमार जी को, और हमारे प्राचार्य महोदय प्रोफेसर AC तिवारी जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। बस ये ध्यान रखते हुए कि I do not stand for myself but for my kith and kin. My kith and kin are those who are oppressed and neglected. इस बात का ध्यान रखते हुए चिंतन को आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। प्रोफेसर पांडे जी का मैं स्वागत अभिनंदन करता हूं पूरे महाविद्यालय की तरफ से, और हम करते हुए सभी प्रणाम। प्रणाम, धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. After such an enlightening gesture and throwing much light on the caption of the webinar, which serves the meaning of the webinar, it tells us that it is a multidisciplinary in nature and that many people would lay their thoughts here. Thank you so much, Professor Kapil Dev ji, Vice Chancellor, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya. I then call upon our special guest, Dr. Sanjay Arora, President of National President of LTI, Dean School of Languages, Central University of Rajasthan, for his address. But before this, I would like to introduce Dr. Sanjay Arora by reading his bio note before you. Dr. Sanjay Arora is presently working as Dean School of Languages, Central University of Rajasthan. He is a part of syllabus framing committees in various institutions, and in his department, he has recently designed all the ability enhancement compulsory courses, for example, reading skills, academic writing, enhancing spoken English skills, and content writing. Apart from this, he has also designed short-term summer courses for foreign students. At the level of research, he has been engaging the research methodology classes for the last 8 years. His broad areas of interest are applied linguistics and second language acquisition, English language teaching, communication, communicative language teaching, and translation. 10 scholars have been awarded PhD degrees so far, and 7 are currently pursuing their research under his supervision. Dr. Arora has published several articles in national and international publication houses and journals. He has authored 3 books and edited 5 of them. He is also presently the National President of English Language Teachers Association of India, which has more than 4,000 members and 75 chapters all across India and the other countries. He is also the recipient of the Postdoctoral Award from the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. For his postdoctoral, he worked on the pedagogy of advertising on television, which was an extension of his PhD topic.
The English, the English of advertising in India, Dr. Arora has been a master trainer in Project High Tech, in which he trained college teachers of Rajasthan to teach English communicatively. He has been a resource person in Kendriya Vidyalaya teacher training programs for more than a decade. Till date, he has trained several teachers at the primary, secondary, and senior secondary levels. At the same time, he is also associated with the NCERT e-Vidya program and other academic projects like textbook revision and conducting teacher training workshops. Recently, he has also been engaged in reframing of syllabus as per the National Education Policy 2020. He has also been associated with the British Council of the last 2 decades. He has more than 3 decades of diversified teaching experience at school, college, and university level. Dr. Arora is a passionate teacher, keen learner, and motivating mentor. He's proud to be a teacher because he got into the profession by choice and not by chance. The motto of his life is to be a lifelong learner, impart knowledge, improve the lot of students and teachers, and impact their lives through his punctuality, sincerity, and hard work. Presently, he is engaged in designing a massive open online course, MOOCs, on communication skills. We are very happy to have you, sir, with us today, and indeed, a warm welcome to you once again from our heart. So now I would request Dr. Sanjay Arora ji to address us. Dr. Sanjay Arora. I request Dr. Sanjay Arora ji to address us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. He's there, huh? Good start.
I request Dr. Sanjay Arora ji to be with us.
Your mic is perhaps off.
So I think your mic is off, sir.
Okay.
I hope I'm audible now. Madam, hello, Madam Pandey, can you confirm?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kapil Dev Mishra, respected Principal, Sir, Professor A.C. Tiwari, Professor Aba Pandey, attendees from within India and out of India, resource persons, and all the attendees for this webinar. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Aba Pandey for collaborating with LTI and inviting me for this inaugural. I'm sorry, I was intermittently joining the meeting because I was in the midst of travel. So I was not able to actually continue with the long extended, introduction that was given. So I apologize for that. So on behalf of LTI, I also thank the organizers for this collaboration in this 2-day national webinar on literature, culture, and society. We all teach literature, and literature, it is said, is the study of society's culture. Culture includes the beliefs and values of a society, and literature expresses it in different genres. As a teacher of literature, and also going back to my early days of being a student of literature, I would like to draw two comparisons here from one of the poems that I read in my early days during my graduation. And I'm sure all the attendees, most of them, would have read that poem by John Donne, The Sun Rising, and another poem by Nishi, Nidhi Agarwal, which I found from the internet, again on the similar theme on the sun, and how there is a cultural variation. I'll just like to draw that comparison after quoting a few lines from the two poems. John Donne begins his sun rising by rebuking the sun. Busy old fool, unruly sun, why dost thou thus? Through windows and through curtains call on us. Must to thy motions lover seasons run? Saucy, pedantic wretch, go chide late schoolboys and sow apprentices. So see the kind of language that Donne uses for the sun. And we in India revere the sun as God. And Nidhi Agarwal, in her poem, Purab Se Lekar Ravi Lali, how she expresses her feelings about the sun, I'll just read that. पूरब से लेकर रवि लाली रोज सवेरे है आते, फैलाकर उजियाला अपना है जग को रोशन कर जाते, देते नवजीवन पौधों को, धरती को देते हरियाली, खिलाकर नव कुसुमों को महकाते वो डाली डाली. Now, how sun is being treated here as a source of providing inspiration, as a source of bringing in brightness, as a source of vegetation. Now, there lies the cultural difference. Now, when we talk about literature, try to link it up with culture and society. Here comes the difference, that how culturally things vary. It's just not this one single example. There'll be many more that we can come up with as students and teachers of literature. We would realize that these kind of variations do come up culturally, where the poet, the English poet, is rebuking the sun, the Hindi poet is respecting and valuing the sun. Where the English poet is selfish because he's being disturbed by the rays of the sun, here we have a selfless attitude towards the sun. Similarly, beliefs and values, how these beliefs and values change, how things vary from one culture to the other, one literature to the other literature. I'm sure there'll be many deliberations, because when I went through the galaxy of speakers for this webinar, I realized that from Professor Pandey to Professor, say, Neeru Tandon, and also Professor Saluja, we have quite a few of our resource persons who will be highlighting on many of these areas of literature, culture, and society. And I can assure the attendees that it will be a real treat for these 2 days, attending the lectures and the talks, the deliberations made by our resource persons. So I thank all for sparing their time, their valuable time, in making this event a success. I also thank the attendees. I'm told more than 500 attendees from within the country and out of the country are there for this webinar. So that's already a huge, massive success. So I congratulate the organizers for that. And I also thank the attendees for making this event a grand success. Before I bid farewell to all, as National President of ELTA, I'll be failing in my duty if I do not talk about the association. The initial video clip, which I'm sure all of you saw, in which all our activities about ELTA were reported, I'll be highlighting some of the other aspects which you people may have missed out on from the presentation. Apart from the nearly 5,000 members and 80 plus chapters and 2 overseas chapters of ELTA, we have been conducting webinars ever since the pandemic struck. And we have conducted 105, 106 webinars so far. And the conferences There are 16 international conferences that we have hosted all across the country and 54 national conferences. Apart from that, LTI comes up with 4 journals, and I take pride in stating that the Journal of English Language Teaching, which was initially there in the UGC list, has now again come back in the UGC Care list. So for those of you who intend to publish or you are planning to publish your papers, so this is an opportunity for you. And here I would also like to pay tribute to our patron, whom we just lost recently, Professor S. Rajgopalan. He was the light for LTI. He was working, he was 90 plus, and he was working like a 19-year-old child. The energy, the enthusiasm that he had inspires us all as LTI office bearers. And we take that inspiration, and I take this platform to salute him for the service that he has given to LTI till the very fag end when he was struggling. He still was worried about the association. So that was the kind of bond that he had with LTI. So I pay my tribute, and I also am sure that his silent blessings will always remain with us to make each and every event of LTI a success. Another point I would like to highlight here is the reading clubs, which we started with last year, and now it has almost taken the shape of a reading movement. And this movement gains significance in the present times, the post-pandemic times, because the habit of reading, as per the latest survey conducted by the Times of India, is on the downslide. It has gone beyond the pre-2012 year. Because of online teaching, the habit of reading has gone on a downslide, and this is a survey that has been conducted across India in different states, and the results are similar. So LTI is, in a way, serving the nation by launching this movement, and this movement is now named as India Reads. And those of you who are interested in knowing about LTI more can visit our website www.lti.in to know about our collaborations, which you saw. We already have collaborations with international teachers bodies, 10 of them. And also we have teacher support that we provide through materials and resource persons. So those of you who are interested can visit our website for getting further details. And I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be here in this platform. So with this, I rest my words. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. After listening to a very impressive and useful information from Professor Sanjay Arora ji, I would now invite our patron and principal, Professor A.C. Tiwari ji, for for his share of blessings on this occasion. Professor A.C. Tiwari. Sir, आपका speaker on नहीं है शायद.
है मैडम, ऑन है, आवाज आ रही है?
जी सर, आ रही है.
Good morning to everybody. I am Dr. A.C. Tiwari, principal of the prestigious and historical government Mahakoshal Arts and Commerce Autonomous College, Jabalpur. We are a 187-year-old institution with a glorious past, thriving present, and a promising future. I am honored to welcome all the participants to this 2 days meet on literature, culture, and society organized by the Department of English of our college. At the same time, I would like to congratulate the participants for their keenness evident by their presence. I am confident that the talking point of the webinar will not only generate wholesome discussion, but lead to interesting conclusions also. I personally believe that culture and literature go a long way in a civilizing society and validating its existence. They share an enriching reciprocal relationship with each other that has stood the test of time. In my understanding, literature and culture answer and fulfill a very basic as well as involve a need of every society. I congratulate the organizing committee of the webinar, its convener Dr. Abha Pandey and organizing secretary Dr. Pratibha Kumar for their vision in the selection of the topic for deliberations, with the sincerest hope that at the end of these 2 days, we will witness the emergence of new dimensions, perceptions, meanings, and interpretations to the tracks of the webinar. I wish good luck to all the participants present here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, at this juncture, I request you to please declare this webinar as an international webinar, as our experts, our keynote address person, resource person, and Professor Sanjay Arora, they all have suggested, since there are more than 25 participants, we can declare it as an international webinar.
Okay, madam, I declared as it's as an international webinar.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So congratulations to one and all here, since it has been declared as an international webinar and a grand success. So congratulations to all. Now I request Professor Pralikant for a vote of thanks for the inaugural session. I invite Professor Pralikant for a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Kapildev Mish, Vice Chancellor, Rajendra University, Jabalpur. Professor Leela Balavi, Additional Director, MP Education Department, Jabalpur Division. I express my heartfelt thanks to our special guest, Dr. Sanjay Arora, National President LTI, Dean School, Associate Professor, Department of English, Central University, Rajasthan. I thank Professor A.C. Tiwari, our principal and patron, for providing an opportunity to organize this webinar, national webinar, sorry. International, again, sorry. I also take this opportunity to thank our sponsor, World Bank, RUSA. I extend my gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor K.M. Pandey from renowned university, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. I thank our resource persons for accepting our invitation, Dr. Neeru Tandon, Professor Basudev Paul, Professor G.S. Gautam, Professor Indore Nityanandanam, and Professor Ashok Sachdeva. I would also take this chairpersons for paper presentation sessions, Dr. Alok Tinsoria and Vinita Saluja, for giving their valuable time. I also take this opportunity to thank participants, professors, research scholars, and dear students, especially our MPHEQIP students, Ranvijay, Arpit, Pallavi, Priyanka, and Chavi. Yeah. I also thank Amar Khan Chaudhary for providing IT support. The department is also thankful to Professor Balay Verma for whatever he did when the department Oxford did. A note of thanks will be incomplete if I do not mention the names of my colleagues in the organizing committee, headed by Professor and head of the department, Abha Pandey, Professor who is also a convener of this program, national webinar. I also thank Professor Pratibha Kumar, Organ Secretary of this international webinar. Neeru Raghuvanshi, Assistant Professor. Professor Samta Naidu, Meena Kela, and Smita Belvanchi. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Pralekant sir. I now invite Professor K.M. Pandey, Professor and Head, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, to eventually give it a final start to the program for his keynote address. But before Professor Pandey comes in to give his keynote address, I would share his bio note with me. He is the Professor and Head, Department of English, Faculty of Arts, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. And he has had many awards to his credit: National Merit Scholarship, Vice Chancellor's Gold Medal for standing first in BA, Chancellor's Gold Medal for standing first in his post-graduation. He has also participated in many of the UGC-sponsored research projects: Cultural Anguish in the Poetry of Nissim Ezekiel and Kamala Das in 1993 to 1995, which has been published already; City as Kaleidoscope, Indian English Poetry in Plural Contexts, 2002 to 2005, which is already has been published; the Mahabharata theme in recent Indian novels, a study in the anxiety of influence in 2019, which has already been completed, in 13, sorry. He had had a successful research supervision career, and he has supervised 11 research scholars for the award of PhD degree, supervising 7 research scholars at present. He has many publications and his books to credit: Cultural Anguish in the Poetry of Nissim Ezekiel and Kamala Das, Mahatma Gandhi, Kashi Vidyapeeth, Varanasi; Rhyming with Reason, the Poetry of Thomas Gray, Adhyan Publishers, New Delhi; City of Kaleidoscope, Indian English Poetry in Plural Contexts, Adhyan Publishers; which has been published from New Delhi, 2008. He has more than 35 research papers to his credit, and they have been published in various national and international journals and anthologies. He has participated in many seminars, conferences, courses, workshops, and attended more than 50 research papers presented at national and international forums. Some of his additional information that we would like to very gladly share with us, with you all. He has been the member panel of experts in Radio Talk All India Radio Varanasi, coordinator 7th refresher course in English in July 2012, and subsequently been the coordinator for the 2nd, 3rd, 9th refresher courses till December 2016. He had been the member board of studies in MG Kashi Vidyapeeth Varanasi, Dr. R.L. Awadh University Faizabad, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya Jabalpur, ISM Dhanbad, NIT Tripura, NIT Raipur, Sikkim University, Gangtok, etc. He had been the member Research Degree Committee, Dr. Eramal Awadh University Faizabad, Barkatullah University Bhopal, Dr. VBS University Jaunpur, MG Kashi Vidyapeeth Varanasi, etc. Member panel of experts in UPSC New Delhi, and member of panel of experts NAC Bengaluru. A warm welcome to you, sir. I would now like you to please give your keynote address to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for these kind words for me. या विद्या शिवकेशवादि जननी या वै जगन्मोहिनी या पंच प्रणवद्विरेफ नलिनी या चित्कला कामिनी या ब्रह्मादि पिपीलिकांत तनुषु प्रोता जगत साक्षिणी सा पायात् परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी. I'm thankful to the teachers of the department, Government Mahakoshal College, Arts and Commerce College, Jabalpur, President of ILTAI, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Principal of the college, Dr. Tiwari, resource persons, many of them are my academic friends and personal ones, Professor Chansoria, and all those who are present here. I'm really beholden by this invitation in the Samskar Dhani, in the Hriday Pradesh, the heartland of India, Madhya Pradesh. Jabalpur is the heartland of India. It is this very place. It's just for others who might not know this, that it is at that very place both the lines cross. That is the central place in Jabalpur. It's not a coincidence that two of the great contemporaries, saints, philosophers, seers, Acharya Rajneesh and Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, they come from this very place. My naman to them and all the academicians, thinkers from this very place. The two-day national seminar on literature, culture, and society is on such a vast topic. The vastness of the topic has dismayed me as I'm aware of my limitations, but the freedom to include anything literary, social, and cultural will hopefully save me. It is with this preposition, with this supposition, I begin. I'll begin with the basics. Uh, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mishra, mentioned some of these characteristics. How to identify literature? The three open-ended vast terms are there, and then 9 subcategories, subtopics are listed, a kind of suggestion which is not uh, closed but an open category. If we look at it this way, it expresses thoughts, emotions, and attitudes about life. It sustains us for a longer period of time. It's different from the advertisement and journalistic kind of writing, which focuses only on the immediate issues, lives for a day. We know. That's why in many of the newspapers we have one page, literary page, supposedly of longer value, supposedly having a meaning which will be beyond a day, a month, or a year. It outlives the day, months, or years. It does hold mirror up to nature, is life enhancing, some may call criticism of life. This imaginative and creative literature has been distinguished as one of the fine arts in the West. Useful arts and fine arts, so refer to this kind of categorization. We in India do not follow that kind of category. We do not separate it uh, from useful arts. But how to identify it? To a layman, to a new student who wants to know, some of these characteristics might help, but if he or she enters the library, how to find out? We know it is easy to find out and identify it in the libraries. There is a specific number allotted, different from newspapers and magazines, literary page. We also notice that, yes, uh, this can be recognized that way. We know it lasts for longer period of time. It deals with human emotions. It represents the values and characteristics of the society. It represents a culture in multiple ways. Be in touch with Avalmiki, Kalidas, Homer, Shakespeare, Milton, or Ramdhari Singh Dinkar, and you know what literature is. We also remember that we read literature to be well educated, not just to be well informed. Information is available everywhere, but where can wisdom be found? For this wisdom, we approach literature. This wisdom brings change in us. We read literature for change in us. This change has also been seen in both the ways, positive as well as negative. Many times, this change has been seen as a kind of corruption. We remember with the printing press how in 18th century British literature, people were afraid of change because they looked at change as corruption. We in India look at change not as corruption, but as something which is natural. We do not remain the same. Gautam Buddha said, you can't bathe in the same waters twice. Things change so quickly, sometimes visible, many a time it goes unnoticed. So, this change, which is universal and also natural, we read to strengthen ourselves, strengthen emotionally, mentally. I'm reminded of Harold Bloom's words about literature. He says we should be selfish in that. He doesn't use the word selfish in the negative connotation in which it is used in the English dictionary. From selfish. It may also touch upon our higher higher emotions as well, higher segment of our identity. So we should be uh, selfish in this way, making a creative reading or what he calls a misreading of a literary text. Because if we become better, in turn, we can prove a model to others. Others might imitate us. Eh. So indirectly, we might be extending this service to our fellow men, fellow human beings, fellow friends, indirectly. Because, as he says, changing others is very difficult. The best thing that we can do is to change ourselves. Many a time we do not look at it. We expect change in others, but not, first of all, not in us. And this has been stated at many places. Atmana pratikulani pareshamna samacharet. If you want to bring some change somewhere, this was what Gandhi said. The change must begin from us, and great minds, great books help us in doing that. Hmm. So changing others is difficult, but one can improve oneself. It was this advice given to his disciple Anand by Gautam Buddha. He was ill, and Anand realized that he will leave them very soon. What will you do? We do after you are not here. Who will show us the path? And there, Gautam Buddha said, Appadipo Bhava, be your own light, enlighten yourself. Hmm. We all know each one of us wants to live longer, but does not want to be old. Look at the way the words have changed. Young and old now, senior citizen. The word junior citizen is not there. But because this word senior citizen comes, we think that the other one is automatically junior. That kind of thought process we Indians have, we human beings have. We also remember that good literature civilizes us, refines us, and makes us more cultured and sociable. So rightly pointed out the word that we have in our Wangmay for it, our bhasha for it. For literature, the word sahitya is there. Hiten sah sahitam, one which takes care of everyone. Anyone who reads it, his or her hit, well being is hidden there. We should also remember how this journey has has been there. The journey of I'll use the word poet for all kinds of creative writers. The way it has been used in our tradition, uh, the problem of translation. Hmm. Kavi in our tradition is for everyone. Gadya and Padya, they are simply two means. And there is another variety, Champu, Gad, where prose and poetry both are mixed in the creative process of a text. Hmm. So, this poet Kavi, he creates a kind of imaginative world where he was he dominates. He can do whatever he likes. One of the famous verses is अपारे काव्य संसारे काव्यरेव प्रजापति है यथास्मै रोचते विश्वम तथैदम परिणीयते. In this poetic world, it is he, the creator is the ruler. Whatever he likes, he includes. That has been the kind of definition. But we also know how our literature has begun. It's not just about one person's uh, self consciousness. It in our tradition it began with the worry about the other, and not that too not a human being but a bird. So extending our personality, extending our emotion not to a fellow human being but to other living beings. One of the birds that was killed by the hunter was cursed. So in our tradition, poetry comes in the form of a curse, showing its power, the authority. Man Ishada Pratishtham Tamagamaha Shashwati Sama Yat Krauncha Mithunadekam Avadhi Kama Mohitam. He just curses the hunter who kills the bird. One of the birds, the pair was in love, mating, and one of them was killed. And he could not tolerate the sorrow, the weeping of the other bird. The tradition looks at it that the male bird was killed and it was the female one that was weeping. And the power of the poet Valmiki comes in the form of this curse. And then the myth says Brahma comes and he says, "You are a poet. You have used Anushtup, narrate the story of Ram in this very form." And that's how we get our first epic, uh, Ramayan by him. And the tradition that whatever he likes, he can create. The tradition says that he narrated what he saw, but by implication, it is the creative writer, the poet, who possesses the authority. I remember when these three the dimensions of the three terms that are there: literature, society, and culture, and all the three have undergone alterations in due course of time. What began as an authority, where the poet is everything, it is he who knows everything, then to the poem, new critics. First of all, when someone writes, he writes not for himself. No doubt, it is Swanta Sukhai. But whenever a person writes, he knows at least he has some audience in his mind. The other, it is not the colonial other, but a complementary PLE, complementary other, another Sahriday with whom he can have this heart dialogue. It is for him or her that he writes the poem, and he knows that it will reach the person. But the authority was there with the belief that he knows everything. In the Mahabharata, we find Vyas saying, "I know, Shuk knows, two other people know." Others know it or not, I do not. Even Sanjay knows it or not, Sanjayo vetti vanava. Sanjay को भी पता है कि नहीं? I do not know. But four people know. He, Vyas talks about it this way. So the others may not know what is there in the text. They may look at some other thing, find out some other meaning. And it is in this process of finding out meaning, the journey has taken different turns. I know my limitation. I know the limitation of time as well. So would be touching upon a few things here and there. So from author, authority, the text, and then the reader. Shift towards the kavya, shift towards the text, textual reading, new critics, focusing only on the text. Whatever is can come through the text, only that would be taken into account. Other things, society and societal things, if they figure there in that poem, that would be taken into consideration. So from the author, lessening his or her authority, bringing it to the text, and then another turn comes the death of the author. With the death of the other, once you have written a text, your job is over. It is now the readers, it is in the realm of the readers. It is they who will find out the meanings out of that text, the meaning that suits them. 1960. 10 years later, almost 10 years later, another essay came. Who is an author? The death of the author, and who is an author? He is just a paper author, just like a paper tiger. His job is over. So that has been one kind of journey from author, authority to the text, then the text becoming intertext, new historicism and cultural materialism coming in between, and then the death of the author, and who is an author. Literature was supposed to be away from politics. No, that had been the belief that literature is great. Literature may not show some inherent values, will show some inherent values, good values, but it is not political in its basic nature. Even though the writer has some kind, each writer belongs to some place somewhere, but he or she was supposed to be apolitical. That was one kind of belief that was referred to by humanism, by this kind of term, uh, uh, that the literature is apolitical. And then another turn came. Our problem is when we look at the Western literature, 2000 years, just with 1,000 years or so, in some nations, 2000 years. But when we look at ourselves as Indians, 5,000, 5,000 years. I'll be coming to these slowly, whatever I can include there. This concept of ideology came. No one is innocent, not even the writer. He or she shows his commitment. Literature as commitment, and so explicit and implicit ideologies are there. No one is away from it. No one can be outside it. The another thing also happened. Hurriedly, I should touch upon it. Criticism followed literature, creative writing. That has been the tradition. That has been the known fact, proven by history. First of all, the creative writing, and then on the basis of some key texts, a kind of characteristic, a kind of definition is formed about, say, epics, lyrics, and other things. There is another way of looking at it. When a poet writes, the frame is there. It is another thing that the frame was not visible. It was not known. The definition was not given, but it was there. Keeping that in mind, the poet wrote an epic or a tragedy or a comedy or a lyric, that kind. So, first of all, so both these theories, both these views traveled simultaneously. The traditional one, in which Kavya came first, creative writing came first, and critical writing followed it. With the emergence of the 80s, criticism started turning into theory, first of all, small t, and by the time of 1980s, I should say, it, this small t became capital T. The empire of theory rose, it developed, and it started exhibiting this thing that everything, even the creative writing, falls within some structure. So it ought to provide a range of criteria for identifying literature in the first place, and an awareness of these criteria should inform our cultural critical practice. So ideology, if it is ideology, what are its methods and procedures? If literature deals with human emotions and experiences, it questioned it. Whose emotions, whose experiences? It is subjective, it is relative, it is individual, and it is historically verifiable. Who says to whom, about whom, when, in which time? These things became significant. And so the canon formation. Literature, which was treated to be an autonomous field, was structured, was treated to be uh, something. We know originally the epics were not written. Hmm. The writing form uh, came much later. We do not know how Ramayana was written, but we know about the Mahabharata. Vyas says, I have composed an epic and I want to write it. But if I start writing, there would be breaking in the chain. So I need a writer, no one, but one who should be able to understand it, only then he should write. And we know that mythically it is Ganesh who becomes the first scribe of the Mahabharata. And there is a condition: you should not stop when I am writing. If you stop uh, as narrating the text, I will leave writing. And then there is another condition: you will not write without understanding a word. And so uh, sometimes it is loaded with meaning, and it is in this way that epic is written. We should also go back to our other texts, which are not simply religious, not like uh, the lines of the Bible or the lines of the Quran. The first of the writings, uh, we do not call them writings, they are called shrutis. We have the Vedas. No writer claims to have written them. They say they have received them. It's not their writing. They have just received it and passed it on. Empirically, we'll not believe in this, but that has been the way our tradition has looked at it. So, one, the way it has been received; another, the way it has come through our memory. Our rishis, saints, ancestors have said so, and it is meaningful. The contemporariness of that meaning, the relevance of that idea in my time, in my life, so I'll write it down. That came in the form of the Smritis. We know how the Upanishads were written. Question answer. We had been, we have been, we still are. We have this tradition of asking questions, right questions, and finding out the answers. One may not get the right answers, but one should be able, one should ask right questions. Even if the good answer, right answer doesn't come, it will come in future. But if the question is not good, it will not have proper answer. We had all our Upanishads in this way. Upa means near, and Nishad means to sit. Sitting near the Guru, near the Rishi, asking questions, testing it, verifying it, experimenting it. And it is in this way some of the best ideas have come to us, especially the other kind of Vidya. In our tradition, we talk about Vidya, we divide it into two forms: Vidya and Avidya. Avidya is not ignorance, but worldly knowledge. And Vidya is Sa Vidyaya Vimukta. It is this very thing that we have in that mantra. Avidyaya mrityum tirtva. All this scientific knowledge is avidya that helps us maintaining our body, freeing us from all kinds of ailments, making our life easy, this worldly life easy, that is avidya. And the other one is ya vimuktaye, which makes us free. It is the vidya of the soul. The Upanishads are in this very tradition and they are termed as the Vedant. So we have that line of thought process, and we include all of that in literature, in Sahitya. It may be another variety of Sahitya, but that is Sahitya. It's not like the way it has been divided in the West. You cannot openly say anything about some text publicly. It should not hurt me, otherwise it would have a negative impact. No, not that kind of thing. This openness that we have, we had, and we still continue to have. You believe in my God, all right. You don't believe, okay, have your own way and come up with a different kind of literature. No doubt it would be a different kind of kavya, not that of Kalidas or of Shakespeare or Tulsi, but it has the potential of becoming even a religious text. We have seen this mesmerizing effect of Tulsi's Ramcharitmanas, that kind of thing. So, from author to authority, literature, kavya, autonomous, autonomy questioned, seeing other relevant things included there, questioning the author, dominance of the reader, dominance of the critic. It is that meaning. Then, other way, it may lead us to the second kind of thing that we say, the second term that is there, uh, society. Individual's relationship with himself or herself, and emotive expression, creative expression in the form of a text, an individual's relationship with the other, with others, and it is in this way the society is formed. Uh, The so we all know how society is emerged. A professor of sociology might talk in a better way about it, and the society and the history of ideas. Individual with the tribe, with the group, with parents, with the settlers, with the villages, with the cities, Nagar, Janpad, Pur, so on and so forth. And thinking in terms of Rashtra. We thought of even this Rashtra in a different way. We also noticed that this word Rashtra, nation and nation state, emerges in another way after 1947. But the way the Rashtra was used in our tradition, Aham Rashtriya Sangamani Vasunam, Aham Rashtraya Dhanuratanomi, from the Rig Veda. Hmm. If the male members are not there, no one can take away our cows. The Dasyus, the dacoits can't take away for them, for saving my family, my group, my tribe. I'll use the bow and arrow. This is what we get in one of the one of the Vedas. And then another concept of Rashtra. I'm talking about this because this also becomes a problematic issue in the post-colonial frame. Uh, we look at it only in that way. So, from the Himalayas to the sea, Uttaram Yat Samudrasya, that was the concept of our our concept of Rashtra as cultural unity, because the third one is culture. Both these terms have been used and misused in multiple ways. We have to be cautious in using them. Anything that comes from the West, we shouldn't use it. We shouldn't accept it without testing. In the Mahabharata, the mother of Astik says, "You can stop this war, my son. You are young. You have not been beguiled by the texts. Your mind and heart is still pure. So you can stop this war. You can try, but don't try simply because your mother is saying so. Try if you think whatever I am saying is good. If you believe in my words, then try. See the freedom to that boy. The mother doesn't say, I am saying this, so do that. He succeeds or not, that is another issue. But this kind of freedom uh, is given to him. Go and try. So it is this way the societies are made, but again, individuals' relationship with the society. It is in this way that we think in terms of, sir referred to it, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. There's the other side of this as well. We say this and we have not been able to look at the sorrow of someone who is very near us. That is also the other side of it. So the way the earth, looking at the whole earth, but also the continents, also the universe, and also the cosmos, how this individual has been associated with the larger unit, the largest one in our context becoming the society. So kingship, tribe having a leader. If the very concept of gentleman, when we start reading novels in our English literature and come to the 19th century, come to Jane Austen, the whole of the 18th century is replete with satire. We should know why it is so. The whole of English literature, British literature thing, if you look at them, you find because they maintain double standard. The literature exhibits this. If one looks at it closely, behind this grand narrative of the empire, the corrupt mind of our colonizers can be seen. Be he Pope, be he Dryden, be he any other novelist, Fielding or Smollett. One can see that this double standard, one for the public, one for themselves, and the other for the public. So this kind of thing, when we and when passports to heaven were issued before Renaissance, in the medieval times, the very concept of gentleman came. And then this slogan came, when Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? This very concept of gentleman, one who possesses landed property, rich, one who has not to do any manual labor, one who is educated, and the rest have to work for them. That was the kind of concept of gentleman. We also remember how religion dominated, religion, not just religion, but some of the ideas of it. So almost half of the land in 14th century was under the possession of the church. We remember that, we know that. And so, and the kind of corruption that Chaucer represents. So what happens? The result is different kind of church, purification of that church, correction of it in the form of Protestants and Anglicans, and then further subdivisions. So later we notice that the industrial revolution comes, and this industrial revolution brings another kind of social structure. We see the darker side of it in late Victorian period, early Victorian period, sorry, I should say, in the works of, prominently in the works of Charles Dickens, in his novels, how a small child suffers, how the laborers suffer, how they adopt the wrong means, and then it leads to larger capitalist society in the West. And then along with it, the colonies, the very concept of colonizing had begun in 16th century. We had seen so many invaders from the north. We were sure no one can cross the sea, but all these people came via the sea, and we see the its impact on ourselves. So those who came as traders, they fought among themselves, and someone dominated. The British dominated, and slowly from war, From business, they became our rulers, colonized us. So there is separate lecture from uh, one of my friends there. We'll be talking about them. The 7, 8 other resource persons who are there: colonialism, post-colonialism, post-structuralism, contemporary literature, and so colon colonies, colonization, and then decolonization, decolonizing the mind. See how these we are. I should not forget that we are primarily students of English literature, uh, and how it was introduced in India. We must not forget that Shakespeare was first introduced in India, and later he could find a place in British Academia. It was a different kind of war that the British had to fight with us. Because we had our Valmiki, we had our Vyas, we had our Gita, and we had our Kalidas. And once they were translated, they had to think about us in a different way. So that also happened. The way English was introduced in India, replacing Persian, Urdu, and Sanskrit, and it resulted in the imposition of one language. We are using it today, English language. But we were the sea of languages, more than 300 languages. One more came, a dominant one, no doubt, and we mastered that also. There were different phases of it. Earlier phase, imitation, then the confidence, and then capacity to retort. Huh. I hope we all remember the foreword of Raja Rao in Kantapura, 1938. Someday will come when we'll write like the Americans, write like the South Africans, Australians. Indian English would be respected, uh, will get an identity as American literature or Caribbean literature has. And in his lifetime, that could be achieved. I could notice from the details listed there, uh, uh, and remember that at least 5, 6 of 6, 7 uh, or 8 of the topics are covered there. One topic is missing. I would be. I'll talk about that. So we should remember that this year's English literature was introduced here, and English literature meant British literature. And with the passage of time, after independence, we started opening up. We started responding to them. And the result was, including others, American literature finding a place, Indian English literature finding a place, Indian literature in translation finding a place, West Indian literature, Australian literature, Canadian literature, all of this. What does it mean? This means shrinking of the British literature, giving lesser scope to the British literature. The process is on. Maybe in this new education policy, we might have more uh, more space. We might create more space for non-British writers, because today we know English literature doesn't mean just British literature. Mm. Uh, so this kind of thing. Something happened in after the Second World War. I think that very text, "Look back in anger," is prescribed almost everywhere, uh, somewhere in our UG courses. If not, the students know about them. What happens there? Because within the colonial period, no doubt there are many like Nayantara Sehgal who believe that yes, it is just a small period of 200 years, small dot in the large history of 5,000-year-old culture known as Indian culture, and it should not be taken so seriously. One may respect her views, but we all know that the way English became an international language, and It also has given us a new identity within India and outside it. It has helped us in multiple ways. So, the Second World War came. The First World War gave one jolt, but the Second World War decided that England is now not supreme. There are two other nations who have become supreme, who are far superior, and England will have to follow them. And he became the follower of. Uh, uh, he became the England became the follower of USA. And in literature, in academia, uh, almost everywhere, no doubt, still possessing power in many ways, and yet one knows how that power has diminished. After the Second World War, the colonies started becoming free. Almost 50 nations became free one by one, smaller nations, some emergence of new nations. India became free and became two, India and Pakistan later, three, and so on and so forth. And the result was they didn't want to leave this place. The consolidation of power in the academia had been there. I'm especially talking about English literature. So it was there, and there were many who were not ready to change, who were trained uh, within the British literary and cultural system. What Macaulay had planned in brown Indians in thought, but Indians in appearance, but in thought they would be like Europeans. I still remember, with due respect to my one of my colleagues, late late professor, I won't name him. अरे तुमको तो मैं समझदार समझता था, तुम भी इंडियन फिंडियन में फंस गए. When I was given two great writers to teach, Sri Aurobindo and Sri Rabindranath Tagore, Gurudev Tagore, the only Nobel laureate in literature so far, that was his comment, because he had been trained by great writers, great Western writers, and also evaluated by critics like uh, Abrams, the famous writer and critic and the writer of that glossary. Many of us, almost all of us, go through that in one way or the other. That kind of thing. Then self-denigration, that had also been the case. So what happened? Another way of this consolidation began, and one of them was Commonwealth literature. Literature becoming coming to us in a new form. Commonwealth games, Commonwealth literature, and we all remember that at one, the hidden sutra is hidden thread is, yes. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Hello. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So, Commonwealth literature, another way of including, yes, you can find a place here. We remember one of the great contemporary writers, Amitav Ghosh, when his second novel, rather, The Shadow Lines, was published, and it was selected for Commonwealth Prize. Many of us remember that 8-page long rejoinder that he wrote. Oh, I don't believe in in an entity like Commonwealth. It's a ghetto. How could you include my novel without my permission? And this very attitude immediately brought much respect in the Indian academia. I remember how he was included in the MPhil course and in many other universities at MA level, in many of the universities, simply because this kind of thing. Another way an Indian writer could retort, could counter retort, could reply to uh, the colonizers, It was just like a fitting reply in the way Caliban had responded to Prospero. That kind of thing. With confidence, Caliban knew his limitations, but the contemporary Indian writer knew his power. No, you can't include my writing without my permission, and I don't believe in it. I don't want your reward. That kind of thing. So, Commonwealth literature. Then another term came, remember, post-colonial and post-colonial literature. That too was in vogue for 2-3 decades. It still continues. Nothing dies in our academia. Anything, at least in India, it's like what A.K. Ramanujan says, the small scale reflections in that poem, small scale reflections on a great house. Anything that comes here, stays here, is lost and re-emerge in the sea, sea of ideas, and emerges someday later to be found among the things lost long ago. That's what he said. So post-colonial and post-colonial, that also gave us it was another kind. There are many academicians who look at it as a trap. Okay, you believe in it, it is just like AC and BC. hmm. AD and BC. Before BC, you have 3,000 years. There's nothing for before you to show us. So in BC and AD, the way we have taught history here, okay, the whole of ancient literature, ancient history, just in a small segment. So colonial and post-colonial literature, and then branching of this until they included many new writers, many new papers, Canadian, Australian, Caribbean, West Indian, and other papers. And those who were a bit more traditional, they went for something new, and it was known as new literatures in English. I'm happy that one of the subtopics is this new literatures in English, and among the speakers, maybe somewhere someone talking about the contemporary literature may talk about it, but it had not been listed that way. So this new literature, what is new here? The term coming again from one of the critics, Bruce King, in one of his books, and then it became so popular. Again, in new literatures, in English, you know that there is the same kind of thread, not Commonwealth, but these were the colonies. They were colonial. Once upon a time, they were colonized. Now they are free. But the focus in the Commonwealth, the focus is the strong thread is there. The big umbrella is there, and all other nations find a small place there. In the new literatures in English, the colonial period is a period of past. No doubt it will have its impact. It will be a reference point, but there is much to be done ahead, much to be seen ahead. It's an offshoot of post-colonial reality, no doubt, because new nations were formed, and these new nations had new aspirations, new challenges, new dreams, new beginnings. I remember one of the articles that had this title, England is Abroad, 1956. In the 1950s, sometime, uh, this was the caption. England is abroad, meeting thereby, it would be through the English language. England would be represented in many countries. But this English was not that English that they had taught, not King's English or Queen's English, but these were the Englishes that emerged in different places. We all know the relationship of society and literature, creativity and environment. Both these go together. So look at the way these things change. I refer to look back in anger, 1956. The new generation, because anyone who came to a place like India, we were so rich, 23% of GDP of a world economy. We had more than 23% share in the colonial period. We had a very strong educational system that was destroyed by the British. We should remember uh, the writer of The Beautiful Tree, Mr. Dharampal, who 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 recovered this data in the form of this book, The Beautiful Tree, how strong we were uh, in our educational system. So that was destroyed. So new nations, independent nations, new times, new dreams, new aspirations, and at the other place there was England, which had lost these things. So the economy was growing low. If there were fewer jobs, they went to Oxbridge graduates, Oxford and Cambridge graduates, referred to as red brick universities. And men like Jimmy had to run a sweet stall, even though they possessing the degree of graduates. They were graduates but selling sweets. So the whole generation. And here was another way of uh, looking at our dreams. No doubt the reality was harsh, but we had to begin. So England is abroad after the Second World War. No doubt English language. Just think, I'm not going to give you the list of that. It is available to all of you, but just a gentle reminder. Think of the uh, Nobel Prize for Literature and the Booker Awards for Literature. Think of the last 20, 30 years. How many of them have gone to a British writer? How many of them have been won by writers from the so-called colonies? And what had been the case? Why? The language is English, but there has been so much experimentation with language that it becomes African English or Indian English or West Indian English or Caribbean English, not the British English. This stamp, the relationship of creativity, the relationship of society and culture in the through literature. You may also remember, so we all remember some of the phrases that had been used for this experimentation. We remember this phrase, we have brought English on its knees. English on its knee. Chutneyfication of English. He used the word. All Indians know what chutney means, how chutney is prepared. It is on the fringes. You do not fill your belly with the chutney. It just it's just a small ingredient that brings some more taste to the food. So chutneyfication. The real food will come from our own resources. So language is just a small medium. Aga Shahid Ali used Biryanization of language, came from a different culture, yes, composite culture, but from Islam, and so he used that very word, Biryanization of language. Achebe, the great writer, said if English has come to us, it will have to bear our burden. हम तो नहीं गए थे लेने ना, आ गई हमारे पास, तो it will have to fulfill our dreams, it will have to bear our loads. We all know the relationship of creativity and environment, the way society and culture are represented through it. I remember one such incident just almost 2 decades ago in Banaras. One of my friends was having a South Indian, was having a Rudrabhishek, Shiva Puja. And in that Shiva Puja, there were 108 coconuts. This amazed me. We have Shodashopchar different with doodh, dahi, til, akshat, sweets, uh, this grass, doob, and other things. Kumkum Roli, akshat, chandan. But there, 108 coconuts, because coconuts were in abundance there. So that became the part of puja. What does it indicate? Anything which is easily available to us would be included there. So one thing more that has happened in recent past, how this inclusion has been. Remember when Sahitya Academy was formed by our first president, Dr. Radhakrishnan, it was to promote Indian languages. So the best writing of that year was to be given Sahitya Academy Award. Some years later, English was also included. Remember, Initially, it was not, but then it was included. And what has happened in recent times? The highest award for literature given in our country is Jnanpith Award. The second highest has been the Sahitya Academy Award. Jnanpith also widened its range to include a writer like Amitav Ghosh. He became the first writer to get the Jnanpith Award, and he wrote in English. Rejecting the Commonwealth, showing the power, and then again, 20 years later, 30 years later, hmm, our nation had to think about it. Yes, today we know. Yes, English is also one of the languages. No doubt this politics will continue in one way or the other, that it is grabbing the space of other Indian languages. If you go by that data, there are people who will say uh, Hindi is also uh, putting other Indian languages on the margins. If we think in terms of the center margin, it is an endless process. We have to think of uh, our languages in a composite way. No doubt, what Nantara Sehgal said, these 200 years do not mean much. We should remember that, yes, it has given us a new way of thinking. It has made us part of the larger, wider world. We know the power of this language. We should also be able to convert many of the good texts in English into different Indian languages and vice versa. But it's primarily one-way traffic. Any Indian writer wants to be translated into English, and the fame is easily available to him. So, when with I know, I think I can take 5 more minutes. Hello.
Sure, sir, sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I can notice this. So there's just another thing I would like to add. Hmm. The way this literature, and more so our Indian literature, when we read even the British literature, English literature, we should read it as Indians as well. Thinking of the sublime of Milton, when you compare him with Tulsidas, when you think of Valmiki, when you think of even Kamban, you find these writers are much, much superior to. It is not just a blind a blind praise for an Indian writer. The sublimity, nowhere you find in the Paradise Lost. Okay, Hanuman, this is sublimity. I'm giving you one example. Mayeva jiranatam yatu yat tvayopakritam hare janah pratyupakararthi vipattim avikankshyati. Oh Hanuman, whatever you have done, I should not pay it back to you. Never. It should remain with me. Why? Anyone who wants to pay back unconsciously, Freud was not there at that time, by that time. Unconsciously, he thinks ill of the good doer. But if I was in trouble, you help me. When you will be in trouble, I'll help you. So unconsciously, the other one who wants to pay back higher, you should never. And we know the suggested meaning, the suggested ashirwad, the blessing. You should never be in such a position where you need the help of anyone. And we know Hanuman has remained so, and the blessing also has been proven so far. So sublimity at this way, are in Tulsi, are in Kamban. But I didn't talk much about the culture and the society. I know there are my academic friends, Sachdeva ji and Indira Nityanandan ji and others who will talk about this in detail. But when we think in terms of the society again, what has happened? Further division, subdivision, branching, and ekam sadvipra bahudha vadanti. One becomes many. I am one and I convert myself into many. I had talked about the emotional experience of the writer, and had left it there. Whose experience? And that brings us to many other subcategories. Who is that person? What is his or her class? What is his or her gender? What is the time frame? Historical time. What is his race? What is his culture? So, from one, that very writer has been given different identities. And when we start looking at them from that perspective, a new kind of mirror that we have, a new kind of frame that we have, when we start looking at that text or that reality of the text or that society, a new meaning comes. Many a time, this meaning may not be complete, but it also makes us aware of newer realities, new realities. The gendered reality, remember, gendered reality led to the third gender as well. Hmm. Earlier, it was just so we have started talking about even post feminism. The third gender says it is my time now. Kalkal ka agla charan aa gaya hai. Now Ram is going to bless us. That kind of thing. Even culture, the way culture had been seen by Matthew Arnold as the best that had been represented in in a social setup through literature, through the best poems, through the best artifacts. That was how culture had been seen. And then T.S. Eliot came and gave another concept of culture, another towards the definition of culture. I remember Nissim Ezekiel, who talks about the high culture, middle culture, and low culture. You can say people from the margins, who writes and about whom. Then, how talking about the cultural artifacts, culture industry came. Horkheimer and Adorno came and they said, they started talking about this, okay, something produced by a great writer, great painter, great artist, that piece of art would be produced on a large scale, would be sold. The price will depend on the way people like it, on the basis of the liking of the people, and it is in this way they will govern, they will dominate the society. Even through cultural artifacts, it would be another kind of domination. We we should also remember, I hope some of us would be talking about that. uh, had it not been the keynote, I would have just talked about one thing, but no, the responsibility and also the limitation of time, uh, how this cultural studies, contemporary cultural studies center was formed, founded in Birmingham, and the first writer, who was a black, he became he became the first director of it, and it led to cultural studies which had already been initiated by Raymond Williams and Hogarth and others, and it was given a shape. But when you look at it, it again went in these three directions. One was class, one was race, one was gender. How? Because a black person, one whose race, whose nation had been dominated, colonized by you, and now you show your gesture that you can be studied here. You can become the director. You can study here, but within that frame, I will control. Indirect control would be there. Even the other thing, you see, the capitalist nation like England knew that yes, the Marxist view cannot be negated fully, cannot be rejected fully. It has emerged as a powerful ideology, and it will remain. So the left, how to cope up with that? So in a capitalist society like England, when the left enters there, it becomes new left. You might notice many of the books published under this title, New Left. This new left creates a breathing space, a compromising space between the capitalist and the Marxist society. And the ideologies are poles apart. So, how to create a common ground, how to understand one another has been the basic purpose of studying literature, but literature along with society and culture has taken so many turns. But we all know, howsoever we move forward, howsoever we quarrel, howsoever branchings might be there, we know that there would be some common ground and that will sustain us. This is true about literature. What uh, when one of the disciples asked, "Oh, you have so many Puranas, I am not able to understand. 18 are major ones, and that those two are very, very long. So what should I do?" And immediately the teacher responds, "Ashtadasha Puranesu Vyasasya Vachanadvayam Paropkara Punyaya Papaya Parapidanam." If you remember these two things, the essential things, that virtue is making others happy and the vice is making others sad. Now, this other you have to decide whether good or bad, your foe or your friend, whether he deserves to be a foe or friend. Is he really your foe? Are you at fault? So, other questions would be the basic things would remain the same. I think it's the same. These two things remain indirectly with all the three major terms that have been the subject of the seminar: literature, society, and culture. To make ourselves better, to understand ourselves in a better way. I'm not talking about others, but it should lead to a better understanding of one's own identity. Who am I? This may remind us of even the philosophical concepts. Who am I? Aham Brahmasi and Tattvamasi. That was the sublime answer. But even at the lower level, who am I? Am I a Dalit? Am I a subaltern? Subaltern? Am I black? Am I only black or something more? Making a beyonding of these narrower identities is the ultimate goal of literature and culture. Uh, thank you. I have shared some of my ideas in a very unorganized way because uh, there were three terms. Uh, thank you. I'm happy that Professor Chansoria is here, and there are many, I hope, whom I can see. Yeah. Mm. And
Thank you so
प्रणाम
much.
कर रहा हूँ सर बहुत अच्छा लगा
there
सर
are,
बहुत अच्छा बोला सर आपने
if I have said any such thing which has hurt anyone or which is irrelevant, please forgive
So we
me.
are
If there
really
is something good,
enlightened by your
yeah, please.
thoughts. Yes.
Very enlightening, sir. It was, I mean, like, very good. Thank you so much for. It was actually watched this thing, and but you have really put no, good inputs on every aspect of
Thank you.
literature, society, and culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent presentation, sir. Excellent presentation.
Beautifully
Enjoying listening to you.
your thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Ashok was saying something.
I was just congratulating the host organization and Dr. K.M. Pandey for his very insightful lecture. Thank you, sir, for benefiting us.
Thank you,
Namaste,
sir.
Bandhu. Namaste. Happy to have you. Here, I knew
Thank you, sir.
you would be there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for beautifully summarizing the history of English literature and reflecting on the title so very well. Thank you so much, sir. We are really obliged. And now I invite Dr. Samta Naidu for the first plenary session and the first call. We are really geared up. We are all enthusiastic and energetic, sir. And now you have really brainstormed our minds and we are ready to go. Bless us, sir, once more. I invite Dr.
Thank
Samta
you,
Naidu
ma'am.
for the first plenary is Professor Basudev Paulji from West Bengal.
Is it my turn? it my turn, please?
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first plenary session of our two-day international webinar. I'm Dr. Samta Naidu, and I shall be serving as your moderator for this session. Let me begin by saying how much we appreciate and value your participation in this webinar. So thank you all for joining us today. The presentation in this session will be on literature, culture, and society. And to deliver it, we have with us Professor Basudev Paul, an eminent professor of English at from PMS College, Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. It is my privilege and honor to welcome and introduce Professor Paul. He is a renowned poet and academician who was drawn to the world of letters from a very young age. High on the love of words, he has created works of piercing originality. His passion for writing and language has won him accolades from around the world. He has, to his credit, established a newer vision of free words. Since 1986, Professor Paul has been teaching at Parimal Mitra Smriti Mahavidyalaya, an institution affiliated to the University of North Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Paul with his presentation titled Literature, Culture and Society. This lecture will be followed by a question and answer session. Participants are welcome to text in. I urge all participants to mute their microphones before Professor Paul begins his talk. Professor Paul, the floor is all yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. And so many thoughts are clotting in my brain, and I do not know how to begin, where to begin. And this is the platform. Okay, thank you. Before I begin, I should say something a bit apart from the academic underpinning. Putting Christian sentiment, I say, with negative capability, I say before every other considerations, and which Coleridge said once, willing suspension of disbelief for the moment, which constitutes poetic faith. I don't know whether this discussion would create a poetic faith. I don't know. And my previous speaker, the keynote address, has been the heterogeneous discussions from different angles. But in my say, I give more importance to the output of the students listening to me. I think any quiddities, any scholasticism, if it does not fall and benefit the students, I think there is no use. I give more importance to the students. Mere pedanticism is an effrontery to the academic underpinning. You know, even in a heart of presence, an evangelic one could and would diffuse the whole world. As declared by the respected principal, this national webinar, an international one, I do endorse the same, considered the magnitude of participation overseas. Thank you, Government Mahakoshal Arts and Commerce Autonomous College, Jabalpur. And this is though virtual, but sometimes virtual merges into reality. And I have little acquaintance with the individual sitting and listening to me. And I must mention of two individuals who came to me or spoke to me or became a reality, though virtual. Dr. Abha Pandey, Professor and HOD, Department of English, and Dr. Pratibha Kumar, Secretary of the Organizing Secretary. And apart from them, the persons behind the curtain who devoted their endeavors in making this international webinar successful, I pranam them. And today, the eponymous title, eponymous, means I have been given to say something on literature, culture, and society. The topic is so vast, and as the keynote speaker said, the term chutneyfication, but I should say there is no chutneyfication as Salman Rushdie used in Midnight Children. But literature covers everything. Literature as such. And it would have been better if the discussion of the webinar could limit to its discussion with this single term, literature and society. Culture from the dawn of civilization has seen its ups and downs. It has taken so many turns. It has seen the destruction. That is why perhaps the deconstruction came up. But today, my discussion is not a pedantic one. I don't claim to be so. But what I want to say, if the students pursuing higher education and pursuing literature, English literature, if they know, if they benefited, I will be thinking myself honored. The socio-cultural transformation with technological revolution has a direct bearing on our study of language and literature in relation to society from the dawn of human civilization. Re-landscaping the social roots through literature has been my focus of discussion and interaction. As society expands, so the culture, with the explosion of population, literature covers and encrosses all areas of human endeavors. The relation between literature and society is like a chrysalis and cocoon. Cocoons are specific to moths, while chrysalises are formed by butterflies. Moths spin silk around themselves and mold inside the silk caging. Chrysalises, on the other, are not silk. The strong desire to articulate our inner feelings and thoughts in our everyday interactions with our fellow beings gives birth to literature and culture. It is an expression of the age through an individual. This individual is born in society. Moreover, literature is the expression of life in terms of truth and beauty. Beauty that springs out of man's experience as a social entity. Literature is an important record of what men have experienced in life. That is culture. What they have seen it, what they have thought and felt about those areas of it which have the most immediate and interest for all of us. Basically, it is a focus of life through the medium of language. We have a perennial desire to blend expression with artistic creation and excellence. I told you earlier, the eponymous title is so vast, it is impossible to confine my discussion within an hour. It needs day and night, and it needs a perennial reading. So literature, that is why literature covers everything. Shakespeare's definition of literature was something addressed to an eternal present and invested with such a mellowing touch of nature as to make the world keen. When he says of Duncan, after life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. The bird of heaven, the sweet swan of heaven, touches the feelings of humankind of all times and opens the door for imaginative activity and fecundity. It causes us to wonder why life should be a fitful fever followed by an incommunicable sleep. True literature must appeal to imagination, feeling, and intellect as well. Born of the same parents, literature is a child with an appearance and character of its own. It heightens and highlights the seamy side of life as well, with a piercing view to correcting the ails of life. It projects the familial values as well for inculcation. Even an inspiring word arouses and revolutionizes the ethos of life. To quote Shelley, I say, our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought. It is a sort of heightened pleasure that transmorphoses and transfigures our social experience. In fact, it mirrors our social life substantially. As a greater regulator of life, time casts a spell on men and women living within the bounds of society in cultural ambience. The different traits of people, their habits, modes, and ethos, their attitudinal perspective vary with the passage of time. The literature of a particular race uncovers life and times of individual author or personality. The Christian line conforms to the sentiment, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. Literature is a means of communication. While talking to any person, we feel unburdening as well as sharing. It evokes pure joy in us. This sharing might be our delight or damaging, whatever may be the result. It gives us pleasure, agony, and ecstasy. Culture of a clan or any community or in a broader space, society has been a way of living condition. Culture derives from a Latin term cultura, means to cultivate. The pattern of human society gives a solid social underpinning through literature. Culture is not a fluid to be kept beyond the understanding of the social importance with the systemic symbolism. The ritualistic miscegenation has come down to our social life from time immemorial, and we have been nurturing in our belief, ethos, and our familial bond transcends the periphery from generation to generation. Cultural seismology is cultural seismology in language, in priesthood, in educational institutions, in our daily customs, even in our cultural heritage and matrimonial paraphernalia has been radical in our mind and mentation. Today, Matthew Arnold, the Victorian moralist, defined poetry as criticism of life. With the ideas and ideals that literature is an imaginative apprehension of life, and interpretation of culture in human society. He explores all ideas and spaces to life. In Scholar Gypsy, Arnold says that the greatness of poetry lies in the powerful and beautiful application of idea to life. He looked at life steadily and steadfastly, and he could not but be unhappy. Modern men are inconsistent in their aims. We come to know through this poem the severe limitations of Victorian culture of life, its sick hurry and divided aims, its failure to have one aim, one business, one desire. They have no clarity of vision, thought, or right direction. They make many beginnings, but accomplish little. Hope and faith have faded far away, dissolved. I quote Christian sentiment. Looking before and after and pining for what is not. But Arnold, like Browning, waited for the spark of heaven with unconquerable hope. This has been the cultural assertion we cultivate even today. George Eliot has looked upon literature as the nearest to life. It is a mode of amplifying experience and extending our contact with our fellow men and women beyond the bounds of our personal lot. In the substance of the written word and its function, the writer takes into account the social truth as well as the social message. Literature is an expression of society. It has multi-layered facets and structurally intricate. To represent the whole gamut of not possible, the familiar saying that what is not in Mahabharat is not in Bharat, India. These and such statement may be hyperbolic, but not possible to picturize the whole state of society in a given opus. It only expresses what has been immediate before the writer. It may be anything between the beauty of a wayside flower and the so-called bedazzlement with the infinite. If you go back to the 14th century England, we see both the poets, Chaucer and England, have turned into critics of the contemporary society with the nuance that while the former has blended loving comparison, compassion, and humor with his critical insight into the faults and foibles of his characters, the latter has nothing but unmixed satirical slants in his portraits of the people of contemporary society. It reveals that Chaucer excels in and outlives England, Langland as a literary artist, although the latter has greater moral commitment and social awareness than Chaucer. Where the other plays of Marlowe insistently celebrate the dangerous detachment of the hero from the limiting restraints of society, Edward II explored the problem of moral conflict within an established society. Unlike the megalomaniac seekers after military, political, and intellectual power, Edward is born into an inheritance of royal government, but effectively throws it away in favor of another mastery of homosexual love, unacceptable to the weighty historical world in which he is obliged to move. Edward is a king without command, a lover denied fulfillment, a lion transformed into a lamb encompassed by wolves, and a man finally seduced by his enemies, including his wife and son, to the depths of human misery. He is Marlowe's most conventionally tragic character in what is perhaps also his most deeply unconventional tragedy of the age. Shakespeare, the Bard of Avon, introduces the Elizabethan society and its cultural ethos through his wonderful creation of characters belief in the witchcraft, the supernatural and the magic, which was prevalent in the Elizabethan England. During the time of Shakespeare has found its unique place in Shakespeare's tragedies as well as comedies. As an individual artist, Shakespeare's comprehensive vision of life makes him distinct from the other Elizabethan playwrights. Though he was born and lived in the Elizabethan age, his poetry and plays are bound by no limited society because of their universal appeal and interest. That is why he is still timeless and ageless. And even today, we cannot think of our life without Rabindranath Tagore and Shakespeare. To English and European romantic poets from Keats, Browning, Tennyson, Goethe, Hugo, and Pushkin, Shakespeare emerged as the key figure in the molding of a particular national consciousness and the deviser of the model from which future national historical dramas would develop. The central statement of Shakespeare's feeling for his homeland occurs in Richard II. Shakespeare's tragedies deal almost exclusively with the destinies of kings and princes in society on whose fortunes depend most those of the nations they rule. His tragic world is uncertain, dangerous, and moral, and the catastrophes to which all his tragic dramas inexorably they are protagonists of the society. Macbeth is a monarch haunted by his personal dissolution and by the extinction of royal ideals and of effective royal influence. My way of life is fallen into the fairy, the yellow leaf. In Macbeth, Shakespeare explores a monarch's despair at having to live with the consequences of his desperate and bloody appliances to the inherent political diseases of autocratic government. Shakespeare has seen to it that they do not denigrate the dramatic significance of the dramatic action, the perennial human interest, and their cultural attitude concern always lords over it in his place. If Shakespeare tended to see women as defined as circumscribed in a patriarchal society by their pivotal roles as queens, wives, mother, daughters, lovers, his plays show that he was also capable of exploring both gender opposition and gender blurring. On these innovative romantic comedies, in particular, he has assigned the roles of a Rosalind, a Beatrice, or a Viola to men. He allows that women take crucial initiatives in male-dominated worlds. He confuses distinction between male and female characteristics. In the comedies, women's integrity and intelligence don't merely shine, they briefly triumph. Thus, we find the social reflection in literature as well as culture. It is not divorced from society. The impact of the impersonal forces of the age and the society, the gist or the time spirit can be felt in the literary works of Pope and Dryden, who were dominated by the neoclassical spirit of the 18th century. Dryden differs from Pope by virtue of his objectivity and dramatic element, very much like Browning and Tennyson in the Victorian era. The distinctive qualities of Dryden and Browning as dramatic poets distinguish them from their contemporaries. It is true that we get a new perspective of the 18th century literature when we take stock of the fact that the Restoration brought in its trend some new classicism as well as certain social aberrations in England, such as snuff boxes, game of cards, and love intrigues, of which we have enough of description in the literature of the period. The greatness of the rape of the lock lies not in social documentation, but in its literary excellence, but in the writer's individual achievement. In the aftermath of French Revolution, a compelling sense of liberty dawned on Europe, an awareness of the impact of nature on man as conceived by Rousseau in his Emily came to exercise a tremendous influence on the Romantic poets, Wordsworth in particular. In fact, the revolution had altered the ways of man's life and style of thinking in Europe. The poetry of the Romantic revival, that of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, and Shelley, came to be fomented by the zeal of the revolutionary idealism, which was an offshoot of the French Revolution. In his famous preface to the lyrical ballads, Wordsworth described the poet as a man speaking to men. His poems were to choose incidents and situations from common life and to relate them in a selection of language really used by men, ordinary common folks from society. Shelley looked upon nature as the tool of revolutionary idealism as we find in Ode to the West Wind. Even Shelley believed that the poet participates in the external, the infinite and the one, which is why he called the poet both a legislator and a prophet. The literature of the Restoration period appeared mostly as a sort of reaction against the Puritan's norms of the age of Milton's. It made much of the surface gloss and glitter of life and revealed the poverty of emotion as reflected in the comedy of manners or comedy of intrigues, and these comedies highlighted their cultural coexistence in those days. It even allowed sensuality and sex intrigues to predominate the Victorian age. The period also highlighted the religious and moral concerns of the society. The intellectual and social movements of the period, the ills of industrialization and the impact of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and natural selection did have a significant influence on the Victorian fiction. The novels of Charles Dickens faithfully recorded the bane of industrialization and the black evils of material advancement. It destroyed the finer quality of human beings in general. The greenery was uprooted for the spread of industrialization. Hardy's novels also saw the disintegration of agricultural life and society in England. The comprehensive influence of the theory of evolution in most of his novels, apart from the Madding Crowd, the Mayor of Casterbridge, Jude the Obscure, The Return of the Native, and Tales of the D'Urbervilles. The novels of George Eliot relieved the moral and social issues of the society caught in the web of industrialization and invention of steam engine as is palpable in Middlemarch, Silas Marner, The Mill on the Floss, and Adam Bede, etc. Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights is by far the original and artistic piece of creation. This is wonderful per se. As a descent of cultural Ruskin and Carlyle, focus men's spirituality wonderfully. They highlight the other values of life in the Victorian age against the backdrop of industrialization and ever-increasing materialistic cravings of the society of the time. The beginning of the 20th century saw the impact of discoveries of fraud, his dream, and sex theories, and the explorations of the Cambridge anthropologists, culminating in the work of J.C. Weston and Fraser. It led to the use of anthropological myths in literature and psychology for the interpretations of religious experience and cultural heritage. The disquieting influence of the two world words bred in the minds of the people a sense of disillusionment and doubt, which ultimately created a sense of weariness, the fever and the freight of the world. T.S. Eliot strives through his poetry through folk and other observations, four quartets, via the wasteland to find out the meaning and self-realization. The wasteland seeks to bridge between skepticism and ennui on the one hand and religious experience on the other. Eliot's social awareness constitutes one of the basic ingredients of his poetry as much as his quest for spiritual craving. His works symbolize the striving of the 20th century intellect to arrive at a state of ununified sensibility from disintegration of values of life and dissociated sensibility. W.B. Yeats also uplifts the Irish peasant life in his works. The spirit of interrogation and quest looms loves in the works of Dylan Thomas, Huxley, D.S. Lawrence, Mom, Priestley, and Conrad find the modern man's crisis distressingly. The problems of sex, disillusion, doubt, despair, quest for faith in alienation, etc., haunt nightmarish by the 20th century society have engaged the major writers and molded their art in literature and culture. The forces of the age entered into the personality of every great writer. It helped giving right direction to his or her work. In Goldsmith, she stoops to conquer. We see the proper description of London society in its varied tales of virtues and vices. If you look at any individual writer, we see that he or she finds expression in multifarious forms. In literature, since the writer is a social being, he or she expresses her or himself in literature to the age they live in. So here I want to end up my discussion, and I told you earlier also the topic is so vast it is impossible for me because I am a poor, I have been dwarfish considered and given the vastness of literature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was a very comprehensive, in-depth and meaningful delivery on the subject. I see a lot of comments in the chat box, but this session is now open to questions also, or any issues that you may want to raise.
Yes, welcome.
Okay. It seems the talk was self-explanatory, sir, and you've given us a good understanding of the subject. So we take a 15-minute, we take a half an hour bio break, and we'll meet you on the other side. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks. So bye.
We shall resume at 2:15. Thank you.
It's the easiest time in the history of mankind to become a coach. You got a good camera, a niche that excites you, and access to Zoom or Google Meet. Congratulations, you can become a coach. But becoming a world-class coach
वेलकम हो तो ऐसा ₹2000 का वेलकम बोनस जैसा। आज ही खेलो on rummycircle.com और रहो एक।
इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
ऐसा बोल दो, तब तक वीडियो चला देते हैं अपन। मेरा बॉटल भी नहीं मिला मुझे कहीं। कौन सा वाला है?
A very good afternoon to one and all. We would just resume in 5 minutes.
कर ही देना कुछ।
Wishing you all a very good noon. I would now invite for the second plenary session on literature and society, morals, values, and ethics in literature. The resource person for this session will be Dr. Neeru Tandon, Professor, VSSD College, Kanpur, and the moderator is Dr. Neeru Raghuvanshi. So I invite Dr. Neeru Raghuvanshi to introduce Dr. Neeru Tandon to us, who needs really no introduction. Dr. Neeru Raghuvanshi. Once you sit down, then you put on. When you sit down, you put it.
A very good afternoon. Today we have gathered here for the second plenary session. First and foremost, I welcome Dr. Neeru Tandon and the participants, professor, faculty members, research scholars, and students. The topic for the session is literature and society, morals, values, and ethics in literature. Resource person for the session is Dr. Neeru Tandon. And after the session, we'll have a 10 minutes question answer session. And if any queries, please post them in the chat box. Professor Tandon has been a writer, critic, poet, teacher, teacher trainer, feminist, social worker, and researcher for over 30 years. Her education includes degrees in literature, language studies, and law from Indian and US universities. In English, Professor Tandon is the first and the only professor of CSJM University who has received a DLIT degree since its inception. She has completed a special course from the University of Illinois, USA, titled E-Learning Ecologies, Innovative Approaches to Teaching and Learning. She has skillfully designed and produced material for course books, competitive exams, creative writing, newsletters. She possesses 33 years of comprehensive and thorough teaching expertise. Dr. Tandon has authored 25 books, 110 research papers, and some points to her credit. For the MHRD and university-funded project EPG Pathshala, she coordinated 3 projects. She has written 34 modules and delivered more than 100 lectures for EPG Pathshala. A PhD scholar has been produced by her over the course of her career. She is a member of the Board of Studies at IGNOU, BOU, DAV University, and CSJMU. Her work in teacher education pedagogies has been recognized by the All India Society of Intellectuals, the Academic Research Society, and Research India. She has received the award for Each One, Teach One, the Best Work in Community Service Award, the Best Rotarian Award for Adult Education Work, and the Best Teacher Award for the Innovative Work in Higher Education. Recently, she has been awarded the 21st Century Teachers Award for her contribution towards NEP 220 by the UP government CSJMU. Currently, she is a professor and head of Department English at VSSD College in Kanpur, as well as a co-advisor on the Pandey Deen Dayal Upadhyay Inter School. She has completed 3 major research projects and 2 minor research projects in English. She is the founder and coordinator of the Altai Kanpur chapter. She is the chief editor of JELT Altai Illuminati, an international journal of literature, language, and culture, and associate editor of the Atlantic Critical Review, New Delhi, the Expression Firozabad, and All India English Teachers Association. She has written more than 100 research papers and presented at national and international conferences. Dr. Tandon is known for her unassuming conduct and motivational ethics. I would like to add recently, very recently, just a few days back, Dr. Tandon has also been awarded Women of the Substance Award in Dubai and also Best Contributor Altai and Best Panelist Award. This international conference was organized by India and Dubai jointly. She also presented a research paper on this occasion. Hearty congrats to you, ma'am. I welcome you, Dr. Ban.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Okay. So may I? I think scholars are joining, or they've already joined. Abha, may I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can start. You are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I must congratulate the organizers. The way you have planned the things and executed, and a good number of teachers, students, scholars from different countries, different states, they have joined you. That shows the faith and the belief they have in you, that the quality things are being produced by you. So congratulations once again. And again, thank you for giving me this wonderful topic that is close to my heart. That is morals, values, and ethics in literature. I hope some research scholars are also here. So basically, what happens when we talk about morals, values, and ethics in our daily life? We feel that we are dealing with some heavy words. We are dealing with something that is not needed in our daily life. That is something related with the spirituality, or we can deal them. We can deal with them in a separate, when we are away from the active life or something like that. So, and in our daily life, we don't even talk about them. So it's not common. So the topic that you have given it to me, so I love to talk about it, because when we talk about morals, values, and ethics, and that too in literature, so principles and ethics that regulate how we live our lives, to me, they are the moral values. When we talk about literature, literature is a powerful force, a voice that echoes across the ages, reflecting the soul and of society and inspiring progress, growth, change. All these words, they have their connection with the morals, with the values of a particular nation. So the written word that we call literature, that has long been a mirror to the soul of humanity, reflect the hopes, fears, aspirations of the societies that have produced it. So its power to captivate, educate, and transform is unmatched. And definitely, literature has played a critical role in shaping the world as we know it. We know or not, we just realize it or not, we accept it or not, but our lives are being shaped by these ethics and morals. The do's and don'ts that our parents tell us since our childhood, they are also the values, the morals. So no one can say that I'm away from these words. Literature not only reflects the values and beliefs of a society, but it also has the power to shape those values, challenge long-held beliefs, and push the boundaries of what is considered acceptable or desirable. That is the power of literature. In Dubai, what happened? Some students came to me and they asked that, ma'am, science students, they just think that we are not important, we are not doing anything important, and we are literature students. So is it so low, or is it so bad that it's so unimportant? And if yes, why? So I just felt what kind of things we are giving. So the same thing, I just loved our previous speaker who said that we go to literature for certain values, the kind of life. It's not for information only. The other things, the science and other things are for information, but this has the quality of life, what we really long for.
So through its portrayal of social issues, the literature sheds light on the inequalities and injustices that persist within society, and the common man has no voice to voice those concerns. So literature is doing that job. Whether exploring poverty, discrimination, oppression, literature has the power to bring these issues to the forefront of public consciousness. Inspiring action and igniting change is also the part of the job of the literature and the power of the literature. Furthermore, literature also reflects the cultural values and beliefs of a society, showcasing the traditional customs and norms that may be evolving over time. By reflecting on the changing attitudes toward different groups of people, literature serves as a valuable tool for understanding the past, interpreting the present, and imagining the future. So, interplay of values, ethics, and morals has been a rich source of inspiration for writers. Both morality and ethics, they loosely have to do with distinguishing the difference between good and bad, right and wrong. So many people think of morality as something that's personal and normative, whereas ethics is the standard of good and bad, distinguished by certain community or social setting. Now, morality has a Christian connotation to many Westerners, since moral theology is prominent in the church. Similarly, ethics is the term used in conjunction with business, medicine, law. In these cases, ethics served as a personal code of conduct for people working in those fields. And the ethics themselves are often highly debated and like we talk about in different way in different areas. So these connotations have helped guide the distinctions between morality and ethics. They're not the same. So these timeless themes, they have been woven into countless works of literature. And the purpose is one, each exploring the human condition in its own unique way. I believe that morals, values, and ethics are all threads in the tapestry of human existence, guiding our choices and shaping the very fabric of our being. In literature, these concepts are explored through the actions and decisions of characters, which serve as a window into the beliefs and values of the author. Whether grappling with questions of love and responsibility or exploring the complexities of justice and power, those characters, the famous characters with which we associate ourselves, those characters in literature are often faced with moral dilemmas and ethical quandaries. So their struggle and triumphs can serve as a reflection of the values and beliefs of the author, as well as a commentary on larger societal norms and values. Now, before I just start discussing with examples, Abha, can I share my screen?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Okay, sure. Is it visible? Just let me know when it is visible. Okay, fine. Like some noises there. So the question that literature imitates society or society imitates literature, just again chicken theory. So that has not been decided yet, but that
Madam, sorry to interrupt you. You can rotate your mobile
Okay, fine.
horizontally. Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Now it's okay?
Perfect, ma'am.
Okay. So we were discussing about these theories of ethics and the moral dilemma and other things. So whenever we talk about ethics or morals, we have in our mind, we Indians, we have in our mind the stories from Panchatantra, Ramayana, Mahabharata, or Bhagavad Gita. So those stories are moral tales of duty, loyalty, and the importance of following dharma or the path of righteousness. In the Bhagavad Gita, the story centers around the dialogue between Arjun and Lord Krishna, in which Krishna advises Arjun on the importance of following one's duty or dharma and the moral and ethical implications of action and inaction. Not only this, but in the Sufi poetry of Rumi, the poet explores the moral and ethical implications of love, devotion, and the search for spiritual enlightenment. In Jain literature, the stories and texts explore the importance of non-violence and compassion towards all living beings. In Christianity also, we have all these stories woven with the birth of the Christ, the Mary, and all those things are just related with that. So what I mean to say that every religion, every religious text considered as literature will be dealing with these morals, ethics in one way or the other. Like you can see on your screen, there is a story that is for ethical dilemma that we use whenever we have like workshop kind of thing. There are so many questions. You can just have the photo of this thing and later you can just go through that. If time permits, then we'll deal with that also. So this is a very good exercise to understand. Now, one very important theory related with that is Aristotle's virtue theory. Aristotle's virtue theory is a moral philosophy that outlines the characteristics of a virtuous person. Aristotle believed that virtues are habits or dispositions that lead to a mean between excess and deficiency, which will lead to a life of happiness and fulfillment. According to Aristotle, virtues, you can say that they are developed through practice and repetition, and they should guide the individual in their choices and actions. Some examples of virtues include honesty, courage, justice, wisdom, compassion. We all know that. But Aristotle's virtue theory is still widely studied and discussed in contemporary philosophy and ethics. Like some other notable figures who have written on virtue theory, like Kant, Smith, Nietzsche, Sartre. So like Kant argued that moral duties and virtues, they stem from reason and should be based on universal principles. Just like Adam Smith, he also talked about it and said that the moral sense and the idea that virtues are learned through social interaction and sympathy with others should be focused. In the same way, Nietzsche rejected the traditional concept of virtues. He is the one. And he focused on the idea of creating one's own values. He said that values cannot be inherited, cannot be followed. You will have to create your own value system. In the same way, Jean-Paul Sartre, he believed that virtues was the result of individual choices we make. It is not because of the social conditioning. It is not because that we keep on doing that thing and becomes a habit. Rather, what choice? We always have a choice. And whenever we make a choice, that is where we can decide whether we are virtuous or not. So these are just a few of many philosophers who have written on virtue theory and its continued relevance in moral philosophy and ethics. These others, they have used literature as a way to explore ethical theories and moral questions, often offering thought-provoking insights and perspectives on the human condition. From ancient epic poems such as Iliad and the Odyssey, uh, am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay, fine, fine. So, if we name some, like Iliad, Odyssey, and like modern novels like To Kill a Mockingbird, Great Gatsby, so literature has provided a means for exploring the human experience and the societal issues that shape it. In many works of literature, we can see characters that conform to societal expectations and those who challenge them. Both kind of characters would be there. So these characters serve as a reflection of the values and beliefs of the society in which the literature is produced. And it can also serve as a commentary on those values and beliefs. For example, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. The character's adherence to societal norms of marriage and class is a reflection of the values of the society in which the novel is set, but also serves as a commentary on the limitations and constraints of those norms through the characters. Another way in which literature shapes societies through its ability to inspire change. Literature has the power to raise awareness about important issues and inspire individuals to take action. One example I'll give, like The Diary of Anne Frank and Night by Elie Wiesel. They have helped to raise awareness about the Holocaust and promote tolerance and understanding. Another one is A Case of Exploding Mangoes by Muhammad Hanif. This satirical novel explores themes of corruption, power, morality in Pakistan. The story is set in somewhere like 1980s and revolves around the mysterious death of a military dictator. And one is by Mohsin Hamid, that is very famous, I think, The Reluctant Fundamentalist. Yes. And that is a beautiful novel which explores the themes of identity, belonging, and morality in the context of post 9/11 tensions between the West and the Muslim world. And this story is told from the perspective of a young Pakistani man who has lived and studied in the United States. So, how these theories are just creating that effect, and they just tell us many more things about, like, we cannot forget Charles Dickens. What in like in Oliver Twist, he just explores the moral and ethical implications of poverty and the impact of societal values on the lives of the poor. Toni Morrison's Beloved, the novel explores the moral and ethical implications of slavery and the impact of societal values on the lives of the enslaved. The Great Gatsby by Fitzgerald. There you remember the character J. Gatsby. He's driven by his moral belief in the power of love and his desire to win back his former love, Daisy. So this ultimately leads to his downfall, as his actions are not in line with the societal values and morals of the time. That is something important the writer wanted to convey. So these are just a few examples. Variety of themes are explored even in Indian English literature, like morals, values, ethics. Several like Rohinton Mistri's A Fine Balance, A White Tiger by Arvind Adiga, Interpreter of Melodies by Jhumpa Lahiri. So there are, every text is dealing with these themes in a different way. But today I am taking 3 texts, and by these 3 texts, I am just trying to let you know, let you feel that how these important things are just affecting our life. Now, first that I'm taking, it is known to all of us, Paradise Lost by John Milton. It is known to all of us that John Milton's epic poem Paradise Lost explores a wide range of topics, including the moral and ethical implications of the fall of man. As an example of this exploration, Saturn is depicted as an ambitious and proud being who defies God's authority and leads a rebellion in heaven. Now, as an example of this exploration, we see that his actions are driven by his desire for power and autonomy, which ultimately leads to his downfall. Now, this beautiful poem explores the moral and ethical implications of pride, ambition, and rebellion. The character of Adam and Eve are depicted as innocent and pure beings who are seduced by Satan's lies and are tempted to eat the forbidden fruit. Their actions are driven by their desire for knowledge and autonomy, which ultimately leads to their expulsion from the Garden of Eden. Now, the poem explores the moral and ethical implications of temptation. Okay, fine. Just a minute. Yeah, I think it is visible now. So, you must be thinking that we all know about this Paradise Lost story, why I'm discussing this thing. So there is a certain different thing about it. It's a different interpretation. So the poem, as I said, explores the moral and ethical implications of temptation, disobedience, and consequence of sin. Now, there are some examples how the poem explores the moral and ethical implication of the fall of man and the rebellion of Saturn. Poem explores the themes of free will, justice, redemption in a broader sense. So this is what we all know as teachers and students of literature. But this is not all. It will be good to go into the symbolism of Adam and Eve. They are not just characters. Let me explain my view and share my interpretation with you. If you have any question related with this, you can post them in the message box. Now, what I see, the word does not start with Adam. It starts with Eve. Through Eve, the serpent persuades Adam to disobey. Just undermine this. Through Eve, the serpent persuades Adam to disobey. Why? The serpent cannot persuade Adam directly. There is no direct way to persuade the man. If you want to reach him, you must go through the woman. The woman functions as a medium for the serpent. Why and how? I'll explain. Adam means red earth. God made Adam out of the red earth. That's why given the name Adam. Adam is the principle of dust unto dust. The man is the outer principle, the principle of extroversion. The man is the physical body. Try to understand these symbols. Man is the physical body, and God created Eve out of man's physical body, that is the rib. Eve was something higher. First, the man had to be created, and then the woman. The feminine was more subtle, more refined, a greater synthesis. Eve was created out of the rib because she could not be created directly from the earth. Consider the example of an apple and mud. While mud, we can call it khad, cow dung, all these things that we use to grow tree, that could not be consumed, that cannot be consumed. Apples can be consumed. The apple is derived from that very earth. As the tree that bears it grows from the soil. So neither the mud nor the tree can be consumed, can be eaten. But the apple, a transformed version of the same earth, is not only consumable, but also offers a superior taste and easy digestion. So in a similar manner, the feminine is receptive and multiplies the seed given to it. For instance, a woman is given a sperm which she multiplies to give birth to a child, just as a tree multiplies the seed to produce fruit. So you can eat the apple. But if you try to eat the mud, you know what will happen. So apple is from the earth, but it is superior synthesis. The creation of Adam as the first human is often interpreted as evidence of his superiority. However, Milton imbues this event with a deeper ethical meaning. Adam was created first not because he is superior, but because he is closest to the earth. The woman or Eve was then created as a higher synthesis formed from Adam. The name Eve holds significance as it means heart. In this sense, Eve is the heart of Adam, representing his psyche. Eve is the mind, Adam is the body. Man is viewed as the embodiment of the physical principle, while woman embodies the psychological principle. The mind plays a crucial role in every action, as everything begins as an idea in the mind before it is actualized through the body. Now, who is superior, the mind or the body? So the woman occupies a central position in this understanding, serving as the link between the innermost soul and the outermost body. The mind or psyche that lies just between the two, exerting influence over both. So that is the meaning of the whole parable of Adam and Eve. The serpent persuaded Eve, since only the mind can be persuaded, convinced, or seduced. Then the mind can persuade the body. Once your mind has a thought, it is bound to be translated into reality through the body. So through Eve, Adam fell. Through Eve, he was expelled from the Garden of Eden. Through Eve came this great adventure we call the world. And through Eve, Adam disobeyed. So one very important word we come across is disobedience. Through disobedience, Adam fell. It means a reaction, going against God. Eve listened to the serpent and went against God. So disobedience is political. It brings disorder. It goes against morals, values, and ethics. That was the person. Now, one more question. Why the serpent? Why not any other bird or animal or anything like that? What is the moral or ethical situation over here? Thoughts are often depicted as serpents in literature, symbolizing their serpentine nature. By observing one's own thoughts, it becomes clear that they slither into one's consciousness without legs, without notice, much like serpents. They are wily, cunning, often deceptive, hiding in the dark corners of the unconscious and emerging when one is least alert. So, when one is vigilant, these thoughts recede, but in moments of moral and ethical weakness, they may gain influence. So, this concept is explored not only by Milton, but by Shakespeare also, like in Macbeth and Hamlet, which delve into ethical and moral dilemmas. You know, they are still relevant. So these plays continue to be studied and discussed for their examination of these timeless themes. To be or not to be, Hamlet is facing the moral question that has too long been thought irrelevant to the play, whether or not he should effect private revenge. The fact that Hamlet is offended by the immorality of others, like King Claudius and Hamlet's own mother, suggests that he believes they, like everyone else, have a moral code within them to which they should adhere. He was expecting them to follow the path of morality. We can see that Hamlet's nature is that of the moral being, the person whose essence lies in the choice of good over evil, judging people not on class or station, but on their human worth. Hamlet is a sensitive man with a sensitive moral sensibility. On the whole, one must take it that Shakespeare, for the purposes of this play, accepts the revenge ethic, even if it is contrary to Christian teachings. And the argument for this seems unanswerable. Hamlet himself is in no doubt about the question. Whatever doubts he may entertain about his uncle's guilt or the ghost's honesty, that is there. So the overall tone of the play persuades us to admire Hamlet and to identify with his concerns, and by implication with his acceptance as the duty of the task of vengeance. When you understand these parables from the point of view, you will be surprised. We have not done justice to them. They are not historical facts, they are great metaphors for the inner being of humankind, guiding them morally and ethically. One of the most interesting topics arising from Hamlet's behavior and attitude throughout the play may be presented in the form of a question. Is the Hamlet we encounter in Act 5 a different character morally and spiritually from the one we have known in the earlier acts? That is a question. Most of those who have dealt with this question have given affirmative answers, and many have argued that Hamlet, who returns from the sea voyage, shows a new spiritual awareness, a faith in the benevolent working of the providence that was not evident before. Shakespeare places Hamlet in some morally dubious situations, causes him to perform some morally questionable acts, and expresses morally questionable sentiments. The most obvious example is the prayer scene. Here he spares Claudius at prayer because he thinks that if he kills him, his victim will go to heaven, and this would not be an ideal form of revenge. Since Claudius killed old Hamlet when the latter was spiritually unprepared for that, so Hamlet declares he must wait for an opportunity to take the kind of revenge he assumes his father would have wanted, to catch Claudius in the midst of sin about some act. So that's why he says that has no relish of salvation in it. They trip him, and his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell, where to it goes. Another example I will take from the novel The Binding Vine by Shashi Deshpande. Altogether different theme from the traditional one. Now this addresses the theme of rape, marital rape. Another social problem being dealt by the literature. As a researcher, delving into the complexities of rape, a global issue that has long plagued societies, one is presented with a plethora of moral and ethical dilemmas. Rape, a heinous act of violence, is not only a physical violation, but also a violation of one's autonomy and basic human rights. It is a crime that leaves an indelible mark on its victims and challenges our understanding of morality and ethics. Through the examination of rape, we are forced to confront the issue of power and control and question the norms and societal attitudes that contribute to the persistence. Now, it's a beautiful novel, and whenever I go through that, whenever I teach that, every time I have certain other questions. So the exploration of rape and its impact on individuals and communities raises important questions about the role of consent, the importance of respecting personal boundaries, responsibilities that come with power and privilege. As a researcher, the examination of rape and its consequences can lead to a deeper understanding of the moral and ethical issues that underlie this pervasive problem and pave the way for meaningful change. In this novel, the main character Asha is subjected to sexual violence by her husband Mohan. The novel explores the psychological and emotional toll of this experience on Asha, as well as the societal norms and beliefs that permit or excuse such violence. Through its portrayal of Asha's journey, the novel highlights the importance of consent and the dangers of violating it, and underscores the power imbalances and control dynamics within a relationship, specifically the husband and wife relationship. So in this novel, The Binding Vine, Marital rape is depicted as a violation of trust and a form of abuse, and novel serves to challenge the stigma and shame often associated with such experiences. By giving voice to Asha's story, the novel raises awareness about the harm caused by marital rape and contributes to the larger cultural conversation about consent, power, and abuse. So, these are some of the moral, ethical, and value based messages that are conveyed through the theme of marital rape. And they serve to challenge the societal norms by raising awareness about the harm. And they promote understanding and compassion for survivors. Now, other than this novel, after going through this novel, a natural question comes in a normal human mind. Why rape? To understand this, understand nature, understand God's message, ethical, moral things attached with this. Just think of yoga. Yoga recognizes three passages in the human being: the moon, the sun, and the transcendental. Through one nostril, you breathe the moon's energy. Through the other nostril, you breathe the sun's energy. Deep inside, you transcend. So if you are dominated by the sun, you will be aggressive, ambitious, political, burning with desire, passion. If you are dominated by the moon, you will be cool, non-aggressive, receptive, peaceful, and silent. It is not the male and the female. These are the qualities to inherit. So with only the body and the sun's energy, the male becomes a rapist. You will rape nature. You will rape life. You will not be a lover. Science comes from solar energy. Science is male oriented. That's why the East has not developed it. The East has developed through the moon principle: passive, silent, easygoing, not trying to conquer. That is in deep love with nature, not trying to fight. So East has never been a rapist. The West has raped nature, and with the feminine principle, the moon principle, there is love. You will love, you will not rape. Sometimes the physical act may look the same, but the innermost quality is different. Making love or raping a wife has one difference: inner quality, your value system, your morals, your ethical value system. So in this binding bind by Shashi Deshpande, several moral, ethical, and value-based messages are conveyed through the theme of marital rape. Some of these that I've already discussed: the importance of consent, the harm of societal stigma. So the novel challenges the societal norms and believes that permit or excuse marital rape. The third issue that I'm taking quickly, that is Kiran Desai's debut novel, Halabaloo in the Guava Orchard. I'm taking it as the third example. The novel is set in India, reflects the tension between traditional ways of life and the influence of westernization and modernization, and explores a variety of themes, including non-conformity, search for identity, tradition versus modernity, etc. So these themes reflect the author's perspective on what is important and valuable in life, and the moral and ethical questions that arise in the context of modern Indian society. Through her characters and storytelling, Desai invites readers to consider these themes and reflect on their own beliefs and value systems. Now, the protagonist is Sampath over here. He's a boy. He embarks on a journey of self-discovery, searching for his true identity and purpose in life. The novel highlights the importance of social and human connections and the positive impact that they can have on one's life. Now, Sampath is the protagonist of Kiran Desai's, and he's a young man. So he has got his own mindset. Sampath is feeling disillusioned, frustrated with his mundane office job. He decides to take a leave of absence and retreat to the top of a guava tree in the center of town. So there he gains a reputation, like he is there, and as a people call and just talk to him. They could not understand anything. And they have given him a title that he's a wise and a spiritual figure. So he begins to draw a crowd of people seeking his advice and guidance. Now, he's a perfect idiot, but he had a certain beauty around him. A few problems might have existed for him, but because people started worshipping him and bringing him food, money, problem of basic survival was not there. So if you watch him, you can see that he didn't understand a thing. But when he was silent, people thought he was pondering over a serious issue. So whatever he said was given a different interpretation according to different people. Now, Sampath is depicted as a non-conformist, as an individualist, rejecting societal norms. So throughout the novel, he grapples with questions of identity, purpose, meaning of life, value systems. So despite his unconventional approach to life, Sampath is depicted as a compassionate and empathetic character. Now, whenever we think of morals, ethics, and values, uh, who is the first person to whom we'll go for guidance? Some guru, Baba. Like, be not be Ram, Rahim, or Asaram. They are not the gateway to heaven or a moral preacher. So what Kiran Desai says, it is up to us to decide what is right and wrong. To understand these values and morals, we need not go to any Baba or any person for that matter. So the narrative allows us to communicate the values that motivate the choices that we make. The narrative is not talking about values. Rather, narrative embodies and communicates values. And it is through the shared experience of our values that we can engage with others, motivate one another to act, and find the courage to take risks, explore possibilities, and face the challenges that we must face. Now, whenever we think of any story, we listen any story, what do we say? What is the moral of the story? That is the end thing. So moral of a successful story is emotionally experienced understanding, not only conceptual understanding, and a lesson of the heart, not only the head. So let me convey a message to my dear research scholars. Research ethics are also very important. If you are doing a PhD or writing a dissertation, then you must listen to me carefully. A research scholar is expected to follow morals, ethics, and values in his work. Maintaining high standards of ethics and morality is an essential part of being a responsible and trustworthy researcher. This includes being honest and objective in one's research, treating participants with respect, protecting confidential information, being responsible for the consequences of one's research, and being transparent in one's methods and practices. So by following these principles, research scholars can ensure that their work is conducted in an ethical and responsible manner. Don't depend on cut and paste theory. Don't search what others have already written. Find your own meaning. If you will not try to go deep into the text, then the word is heard, but the meaning is lost. You can understand it intellectually and even get the degree, but you will not be a scholar in the true sense. You will have a mastery of words, nothing more. The word is, I feel, it is like a flower, and the meaning is like the fragrance that surrounds it. If your nose is not functioning well, I can give you a flower, but I cannot give you a fragrance. If your mind is not functioning well, I can give you the word, but I cannot give you the meaning. The meaning has to be detected by you. It has to be decoded by you. I can give you the whole garden, but you will not smell the fragrance. So many scholars, when they come to me and say, Madam, when you teach, we understand, but nothing happens when we sit down to write. We lose everything. Only your words are there to be copied. So we have understood everything you said. We have read your books, but we cannot write like you. So I tell them, you will have to clean the nose and become more sensitive. So if you really want to smell the flowers, then you will have to come to a more natural state of a real scholar who is ethical and committed to bringing out his own meaning. I will rest my voice with a quote from Krishnamurti, who said, all great things start on a small scale. All great movements begin with individuals, and if we wait for collective action, such action, if it takes place at all, is destructive and conducive to further misery. So, revolution must begin with you and me. God bless you all. Thanks for patient hearing and being a lovely audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, madam, for the lovely lecture. Now I would like to invite the comments, the observations, or any queries if there are any. Any queries?
Thank you very much, Madam Neeru Tandon. It was an excellent deliberation. With examples, you have made the point very clear. You have discussed the effect of literature on our morals and values. I thank you very much. It was quite an engaging and absorbing talk for all of us.
Thanks a lot, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I thank you, ma'am, for the enlightening talk on morals, values, and ethics in literature, and especially the role of literature in shaping our lives. The examples you gave were very apt, and your talk was really interesting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thanks, ma'am. मैं ये बंद करें ना कैमरा?
The second plenary session is over. The first one being the keynote, the second by first plenary session by Dr. Paul, the third by Dr. Neeru Tandon. And now we move towards the paper presentation session. I invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Smita Belvanshi. The chairperson for this session will be Dr. Alok Chansoria, and Dr. Smita Belvanshi will moderate the session. Dr. Smita Belvanshi, please take over.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. I have been asked to moderate the paper presentation session. I begin this session with a warm greeting to each and everyone present here. I extend warm greetings to Professor Alok Chansoria and professors, all faculty members, eminent scholars, students, for the session of paper presentation. I begin this session with the introduction of the chairperson of the session, Professor Alok Chansoria, who is the head and professor of the Department of English, Hababa College, Jabalpur. He is the chairperson of the Board of Study in English, Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur. He is also the chairperson of the Private University Regularity Commission, Jabalpur. He has published 4 books and 18 research papers. He has supervised 4 students, 4 research scholars, and 6 are working presently under his supervision. He is also awarded one of the eminent award by the Rani Durgavati University, which name is Onkar Nath Mishra Gold Medal Award for standing first in the order of merit in the LLB examination of 1994. So this is a brief introduction of our chairperson of the session paper presentation. With the kind permission of chairperson, I like to begin the paper presentation. Before beginning, I like to share some of the information regarding paper presentation. I like to remind the participants about the time duration, which is allotted for 5 minutes. Participants are also requested to highlight some important points of your papers. Participants are also requested to use chat box for any queries, and selected questions will be discussed at the end of the session. We have a long list of paper presenters. Due to time constraints, all presenters cannot be given opportunity to present paper. I take immense pleasure to announce the list of participants who are going to present their papers. The first opportunity will be given to Roshal Marian. Second one will be Asif Ahmad. He is a research scholar from APS University, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Third one will be Sri Lakshmi from NSS College, Kerala. Then Seema Shukla will be read her paper. She is assistant professor from Sri Neelkantheshwar Government PG College, Khandwa, Madhya Pradesh. Then Ashima Pandey will get an opportunity to read her paper from Institute of Technology, Shivpuri, Madhya Pradesh. Neeraj Vishwakarma, who is a research scholar in Mansarovar University, Sihora. Jagan Paul, he is an assistant professor from Madurai. And last one will be Miss Nosha Denisa. She is a research scholar from Karnataka. Participants, now I am going to invite Miss Roshal Marian for reading her paper. Before starting your paper, please introduce yourself. Now I over to Miss Roshal Marian. Yes, Miss Roshal, please open your mic.
You hear me? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Roshal Marian, Assistant Professor, Department of English from Justice Bashir Ahmed Said College, Chennai. And today I'm just going to present on the cultural alterity which is seen in the play Tara by Mahesh Dattani. Cultural alterity is a theory. It's an offshoot of postmodernism where we see others as the people as the other. For example, women, blacks, Jews. We consider them as the other or the marginalized of the society. So, and this theory, I have applied it for this play, Tara, where she is seen as the other, not only by her family, but by society also. She and her brother are a pair of conjoined twins. They are joined by the leg, but she is deprived of her limb because she is born as a girl. And even the doctor during the surgery goes against medical ethics to give the boy child the limb because always a boy is favored in society. This is done with the help of her grandfather, who is a politician who uses his political clout, and the doctor agrees just to get a bribe to build his hospital. Tara's mother, who is in the know of everything, covers her guilt for what she has done by showering a lot of affection, over affection for Tara. Her friends Rupa and Nalini also, they don't consider her as a friend. They talk about her behind her back. They make fun of her disability and they call her a freak. Even society looks at her as somebody odd who walks on the road. There's an instance where she gets down from the car and everybody keeps seeing her or watching her as if she is somebody different or from not as considered as some other being. At the end, her brother, who takes the form of Dan as a playwright, asks Tara forgiveness. Tara dies of shock when she knows everybody was faking to her. So what is highlighted here in this play with the theory of alterity is how women are treated as some other beings. They're treated as others. If she was respected and given a chance, definitely she would have reached great heights. So women have to be considered one among society and given equal opportunities, whatever it is, because even they have their dreams to fulfill in life. So that is what I've highlighted on this paper. Thank you.
Next participant, I'd like to invite Mr. Asif Ahmad.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Asif Ahmad from Jammu and Kashmir, India.
I'm a research scholar at Avadesh Pratap Singh University, Rio, Madhya Pradesh, India. Presently, I'm working on portrayal of society and culture in the select plays of Asif Karimbai and Badal Sarkar as study. Under the guidance and supervision of Dr. Minal Srivastav, Professor and Head of English Department, Avadesh Pratap Singh University, Madhya Pradesh, Riva. Today, I'm here to present my research paper titled as Asif Karimbai as a True Social Realistic. Among the most creative playwrights of the post-colonial era, Asif Karimbai was one of the best-known personalities with his creative pen. Asif Karimbai was an Indian playwright writing in English and has been called India's first authentic voice in the theatre. He is one modern Indian playwright who has shown great interest in producing drama. He has written and published more than 30 plays and reveals a variety of themes and with brilliant characterization. All his plays had a compelling quest for truth and equally strong compassion for humanity. His plays are necessarily emotional reaction of what he feels and sees around him. He applied variety and versatility in his plays. Karimbai deals such topical themes and issues like race, class, gender, politics, capitalism, poverty, colonization, and human relationships. This paper, that is Asif Karimbai as a true social realistic, depicts Asif Karimbai's works, which highlights both major events and the everyday realities of modern man. All his writings are based on true events that occurred to his friends and family as well as around him in society. This paper shows and demonstrates how, as a dramatist, he must fully capture the current life events and situations that serve as a mirror for readers. A society is made up of people who share a common ideal, culture, way of thinking, living, and worshipping. Many people in society maintain contact and develop social, cultural, ethical, and other relationships. Society allows people to share their sufferings, joys, celebrations, and many other things. Asif Karimbai demonstrated that without the operation of the rules and the support of the society, man would have been living in a barbaric stage. He believes that society is just like a web which weaves the human relation and their identity. Asif Karimbai emerged as a prominent Indian English dramatist who wrote on contemporary social, cultural, and historical events. Karimbai shows the issues related to public importance, and his plays always have a message to deliver, a vision to fulfill. The play of Asif Karimbai, namely as The Clock, 1993, of Asif Karimbai, depicts a genuine depiction of our society in which money rules moral principles and men rule women. It deals with a wide range of societal topics. It is a reflection of modern life, complete with its frustrations, helplessness, materialism, desire, loneliness, and moral degradation. The another play of Asif Karimbai, namely as Hungry Ones, 1965, is a play that depicts poverty, malnutrition, and famine. Karimbai highlights the lives and tensions of the poor and middle classes. Karimbai has clearly shown the picture of a realistic world in his plays. Being a prolific playwright of the post-independent era, Karimbai did justice to his role. He believes in the fact that literature is meant to represent the society. India is a place of diversity and unity. Asif Karimbai, a keen observer of life, shows the colorful variations in a broad panorama. He is knowledgeable in Indian history, culture, people, legends, customs, rites, rituals, among other things. Karimbai's plays shows his deep knowledge of man and his relation to the society. He is a truly social realistic.
Yes, Mr. Asif,
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
like to interrupt you. I think your time is over.
Okay, ma'am. So, two lines,
Please
ma'am.
conclude it. Please conclude it.
Okay, ma'am. Karimbai's compassion for humanity is the central motive as he details out the predicament of man in agony and ecstasy. His purpose to make his audience readers appreciate life in its totality. In the process, he presents social evils and chaos, letting his audience readers to find the right answers themselves. At the same time, one gets the impression that the playwright is personally involved in the plays and uses the stage to present societal issues with the intention of social transformation. Thank you for so much for giving me a chance to present my paper.
Thank you, Mr. Asif.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I'd like to inform Miss Sri Lakshmi from Kerala.
Good afternoon. I'm Sri Lakshmi V from Kerala. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. My paper is about the people that sing and the songs that molds the paper. People. Vanjipat or boat song is a poetic form sung during the boat race organized at Aranmula located at Pathanamthitta district in Kerala. Vanjipat has a history of its own. The history of boat race and the custom of singing Vanjipat can be traced back in the era of kings of Travancore and Cochin Kingdom. Vanjipat are sung by rowers in chorus, and the rowers are led by cheerleaders. The rhythm of rowing complements the rhythm of songs. The energy of rowers, when synchronized by the rhythm of songs, vitalize the race. A remarkable development and sophistication in the construction of watercrafts since ancient times can be seen in the playboats participating in boat races. The Palliyodams, that is boats, dedicated to Lord Aranmulayappan, Lord Vishnu of Aranmula. It is believed that Kuttanad is the origin of water festivals. The present Kuttanad is much smaller than it was in the past. Kuttanad is the gift of Pamba River. The main boat races are staged by Pamba, and this river is also known as the Keli Ranga of the toy boats. Vanjipat is a genre of music that has been used in various areas of Kerala's life. Kiradam is considered as the first literary work on Vanjipat and is written by Kunjan Nambiar during the reign of Chembakasheri king Devanarayan. With the composition of Kiradam, Nambiar became famous as the originator of Vanjipat. Vanjipat was elated to literary status and was established in Malayalam literature as a branch of song, but at present, the popular and mostly sung Vanjipat are from Kujela Vrittam. Kujela Vrittam Vanjipat was penned by Ramapurathu Variyar, a poet of Malayalam, lived in 18th century during the reign of King Aniram Thirunal Marthandavarma. Variyar made Nambiar's Vanjipat erased with his only work. The songs are composed in Dravidian meter, Nadonada. It's a Malayalam rhyme. Is sung during the Vallasadhya, a grand traditional feast that is offered to the team of oarsmen of each Palliyodam. Vallasadhya starts with the arrival of Tiruvonathoni, a temple god, during months of Onam. A huge traditional firewood stove is lit inside the temple, signifying the beginning of the Aranmula Vallasadhya. The grand traditional feast, the festivities reach a crescendo on Ashtami Rohini, celebrated as the birthday of Lord Krishna. Many of the youngsters now sing the verses with the confidence learned from their elders during the annual Vallasadhya festival. They reveal the fact that they are the part of a unique tradition of the sons of the soil. Vanjipat is also sung inside the temple as the oarsmen circumambulate the temple. As finished the circumambulation, the oarsmen are invited to the lavish lunch served in the Utupura, that is refectory of the temple. Beginning with an invocation, the feast proceeds on a musical note with the oarsmen asking for more of each dishes on the leaf. Each item has couplet to be recited, and that spices up the sumptuous lunch served with great reverence. I conclude my paper, Vanjipat and the rituals, as well as customs related to Vanjipat, mark the cultural identity of the land and the people. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now I'd like to invite Ashima Pandey. Sorry. First, before Ashima Pandey, I'd like to invite Miss Seema Shukla.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Seema Shukla.
Good afternoon.
I am Seema Shukla from SN Government PG College, Khandwa. The topic of presentation is moral ethics and their types in the action of major characters of Valmiki Ramayana. The utmost widespread classical epic of India is the Ramayana, which is almost acknowledged as the Adi Kavya. The complete Adi Kavya is comprised in 7 kands, and in every kand there are countless ethical standards. The splendid epic Ramayana has undying ethics, cultural ideals, spiritual standards, and moral standards too. that are extremely regarded in the progress of civilization. This investigation carried out in order to spread standards and their significance in life throughout major characters of this epic. This investigation illustrates that Maharshi Valmiki Ramayana has ethics that are valuable in the creation of society. In the existing time, people are gradually prejudiced by materialism, and this is the source of declining of the standards. Moral values or ethical values are the standards of any society by which action of every person of society is governed. These are the set rules of society which serve as the helping hand of society for its growth. Moral value is a quality, degree of excellence, which can be measured by looking at its relative worth, utility, or relevance. There are some definitions which are given its clear and valuable meaning. Value is must just that significance that a human has assigned to anything and anything. Here includes any event, circumstances, person, or location. It is given by Dr. Joshi. There are numerous ways to clarify what value is. And individual standards or importance are implied when it is used for them. An individual is keen to accommodate with a lot for what they observe as valuable. An ethical value is a set of concepts or behavior that an individual follows because these standards are believed noteworthy, required, significant, and modern. By the civilization in which they are breathing life here, these standards might modify over time. If the person does not perform very well according to those standards, he is regarded as a immoral person. So it is clear that ethical standards concern themselves with correct and incorrect ethical standards and also outline what is socially adequate, virtuous, and sinful. Moral standards are the behavioral performance, aim, customs, conducts which are automatically with the society. Ethical principles are concepting that society considers significant moral standards are fairly strict. There are three types of moral standards are described as universal values, communal values, and personal values. In Ramayana, we have lot of moral values and standard values which have given the society a very good uh, base or the foundation to grow, such as loyalty to truth, as we find in the character of Dashrath, who doesn't want to leave his affectionate lad Ram from himself, but for following the truth, he is trying to give permission to Vishwamitra to take him away. Then second is accepting the ancestors' words. As we all know that in Ramayana, Kekai takes some boon by which there must be Ram has to leave the reign in which he is going to become the ruler, and he did this thing so that he get the permission of his ancestor. Then third is rejecting unfair booty, and fourth is caste and creed are not barrier for love, as we see in the character of Guha and the character of Sabri. The action of Ram affectionately treats Sabri as his mother, though he is very low in the caste. Next is saving women reputation. We find saving the reputation of women from the side of a bird also. When he found Sita is in trouble, Jatayu, who is a bird, he tried to save the life of Sita. And last one, which I want to give in this paper, showing forgiveness on rival. We find Ravan and Ram action in the war field where Ravan become equip-less, and at that time Ram given permission, or Ram requested to Ravan that go and re-equip yourself and came again to do the war. Here he just follow the rule that uh, that any person who belongs to Kshatriya, he could not basically attack on unequipped person, and he followed that moral rule. So in the conclusion, I just want to say that thus keeping countless priceless standard in mind and heart that can be effortlessly taught to our society, let us recite the great epic Ramayana not just for its religious Sorry, but also because this work of art is and central means for teaching the upcoming generation the code of correct and moral behavior. The great epic Ramayana will enhance the lives of upcoming generations and support us to mold our society and offspring to be the champions of tomorrow, embedded with extended and permanent social and traditional ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seema Shukla. Now it is time to invite Dr. Ashima Pandey. Over to Ashima.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for selecting my paper. The title of my paper is Moral Issues in John Le Carre's Call for the Dead. I would proudly announce that this is a joint paper by my guide and supervisor, Dr. Pratibha Kumar. I am basically an assistant professor in University Institute of Technology, Shivpuri. And to begin with, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Neeru Tandon, literary artists, they play a very vital role in shaping public opinion as truth transcends time, trends, and space. The writers, they exhibit the moral, the religious, and the ethical trends which lay very strong foundation for any society. Further, an examination of literature and ethics entails an engagement with the moral principles that are prevalent in the society. The authors, they carry the beacon in their hands to guide the society at large by throwing light on the ethical, the moral, and physiological standards of their native society. Literature has an important but indirect role in moral education by helping readers develop and practice the central ethical skill of emphasizing with other people's lives and perspectives. The author, David John Murray Cornwell, who writes under the pen name John Le Carre, is a British author. He is one of the most preeminent contemporary novelists. As rightly said by Rotten Tomatoes, he is a sophisticated, morally ambiguous writer who is known for disillusioned spy novels based on a wide knowledge of international espionage. Le Carre's world of espionage is interpreted both on its own terms and as a metaphor for much larger moral problems and political issues. He has explored the moral problems of patriotism, espionage between ends and means. Profound moral and ethical issues are presented in his works. Through the current paper, intends to shed light on the ethical concerns operating in the works of John Le Carre, as much as on the understanding of what goes into the making of espionage fiction, so widely read, accepted, and admired. The paper will focus on Call for the Dead, the first novel of John Le Carre, in which he portrays Smiley as his major character. Call for the Dead, it was published in the year 1961, introduces Smiley, a middle-aged person, and adds him to the caravan of memorable characters in English literature. The book is far more than a detective story, than a novel of espionage. The theme of loyalty and betrayal is presented through the main character, that is Smiley. Smiley's love for and betrayal is presented through the entire novel. Smiley is highly loyal to his wife Anne, which determines the proper conduct of him being a gentleman, symbolically representing the traditional order in England. Smiley portrays personal bonds in his confrontation with his former agent and friend Dieter, whom he kills in a struggle on a bridge. Le Carre exaggerates the personal betrayal of Smiley in comparison to the importance of his institutional and national loyalty. The most consistent theme in Le Carre's works is the note of moral ambiguity. Le Carre tries to find out whether means, that is killing his former friend, justifies the ends, that is, being the threat of the East German communist. Dieter Frey, which we have already discussed, was no angel. Despite the blood on his hands, Dieter Frey remained loyal to his friendship with Smiley and refrained him from killing him even when he had the opportunity. Smiley had acted in the nation's interest, but at a considerable price against his conscience. He did not intend to kill him, but merely had to stop him before being shot by himself. Le Carre asks the reader whether such a cost in terms of human lives and comprising of ethical values is worth the gains in nation's interest. Le Carre's genius is his ability to transpose his attempts to deal with his fragmented personality into a more universal exploration of human nature. Le Carre sees his role as holding up a mirror to the secret world, showing the monster that it has suddenly become. His message is artistically wrapped in wonderful entertainment, offers lessons in citizenship for the whole world. Throughout his novel, he dramatically demonstrates that all actions have consequences, frequently unintended ones, for which individuals and societies must take responsibilities. I would like to conclude by saying Le Carre offers lessons in dealing with disillusionment and developing an ability to question conversational assumptions. He represents examples of how to deal with conflicting personal and institutional loyalties. He further gives an insight into the infinite complexities of human nature and the extreme difficulty of mutual communication and understanding. On that note, I would like to rest my voice. Thank you so much, Board, for providing me the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Pandey. Now it is time to invite Neeraj Vishwakarma from Sihor.
Hello, I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Neeraj Vishwakarma, research scholar in Mansarovar Global University, Sihor, Madhya Pradesh. Today's my research topic is the spiritual course in Indian literature, Ramayana and Mahabharata. I introduce my topics. In this study, the objective to the demonstrate the Ramayana and Mahabharata spiritual course analysis. The Ramayana and Mahabharata are the two most popular and reviewed Hindu epics of India. These epics provide an account of the spiritual quest of the peoples of India to seek a union with the divine through their stories, their epics, depicts the journey of the soul as the moves from the mundane to the spiritual realm, seeking the liberation from the cycle of birth and the death. Through their characters, the epics also illustrate the importance of the drama and karma in the pursuit of the spiritual liberation. The epic also provides the valuable lessons in the morality, ethics, and services and humanity, thus providing perform the spiritual frameworks for understanding the purpose of the life. In the sum of the Ramayana and Mahabharata provides a rich source of the spiritual guideline and the insight into the Indian psyche, helping to cultivate the deeper understanding of the spiritual journey. Both the epics of the explore the spiritual spirits of their respective protagonists, Rama and the Pandavas. Rama's quest is the reclaim his the rightful place as king of the Ayodhya, while the Pandavas' quest is to the reclaim their rightful shares to the kingdom of the Hastinapur. Both epic features a range of spiritual quotes from the Rama and inner journey to his devotionals to the Vishnus, to the Pandavas, journey of the justice and their search for the ultimate truth. Both epics also explore the theme of the drama, karma, and moksha. The cute of the spiritual enlightenment is the central theme of the both Ramayana and Mahabharata, and both epics offer the valuable lessons on the journey of the stage. And second, about my research topic in the Indian epics Mahabharata, for the example of the Pandav brothers embark on the spiritual journey in search of their purpose in life. Along to a way, they encoded the various gods and the goddess, each of the whom provides them with the guidance of the insight. In the Bhagavad Gita, the God Krishna provides the spiritual advice to Arjun as he is about to enter a great battle. Through the techniques of the Krishna encourage Arjun to the purpose of the spiritual path leading to the enlightenment. In the Ramayana, like second of the things, Ramayana, the quest of the spiritual growth is also the important themes. The Rama, protagonist of the epics, embarks on the journey in search to his beloved wife Sita. Along to the way, he gains the wisdom of the understanding that help him to become the enlightenment of the being. The spiritual goals is a common to theme in Indian literature. This is the often portrayed through the stories of the characterized that go on the journey to seek a self-actualization, enlightenment, and the ultimate realizations. Many Indian texts such as the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Upanishads contains the spiritual codes as a core themes. These texts as allegorical stories and illustrate the spiritual truth and guide readers towards self-discovery. The spiritual course is also explored through the concept of the karma or the law of the cases of the effect. Indian literature often portrays the characters of the whose actions have a consequence and who must face to retainable of their deeds. In this way, Indian literature highlights the importance of the living a moral life and making wise of our choices. And last now, I am concluding the topic. The quest of the spiritual enlightenment is a major theme in Indian literature and has been major themes of the centuries. The ancient Indian text of the Vedas, Upanishad, and the Bhagavad Gita containing the stories and the teaching about the quest of the spiritual enlightenment. These stories explore the path of the spiritual process, progress, the nature of the suffering and suffering's end, the ways in which the one and is the enlightenment and the ultimate goal of the liberation from the cycles of death and rebirth. The spiritual sports in the Indian literature often involves a hero or a heroine who embark on a journey in search of a knowledge and truth. This journey often involves physical and mental hardships as well as the inner struggles. In others, to gain a spiritual insight and understanding, the hero or heroines may face obstacles and temptations along the way while developing and qualities such as the courage, the strength, and the resilience. Ultimately, the spiritual sports in the Indian literature is about the pursuit of enlightenment and liberations from the suffering. It is about to transcending the material world and attaining a higher state of the consequence. It is about finding a meaningful of purpose in life and fulfill one's spiritual destiny. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Neeraj. Now
Thank
I'm
you so much, ma'am.
inviting Mr. Jagan Paul, Assistant Professor from Madurai. ये थोड़ा वैसी लग रही है अफ्रीकन yes. Mr. Jagan Paul, are you here? Next. Now I'm giving the opportunity to another participant is Miss Nashuddinisa. She's a research scholar from Karnataka. Later, I will give opportunity to Jaganpal for reading paper. Yes, Miss Nashuddinisa, are you here? Mr. Jaganpal or Miss Nashuddinisa? Both Nashuddinisa. She's here?
Hello. Am I
Yes.
audible?
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Naushadunissa Shirguppi from Karnataka, and I am a research scholar who is working under Dr. Nagaratna Pandey madam. And thank you for giving me this opportunity for presentation of my paper. As my topic is Diasporic Consciousnesses, Samina Ali's Madras on Rainy Days. So, Samina Ali is an American author and activist born in India. Madras on Rainy Days won Prix du Premier Roman Étranger Award from France. So, United States of America is considered as the most developed country. We all know a nation which belongs to the category of first world countries, and it is considered as the superpower. So there are many famous English writers. Now this English writing area has expanded with the diasporic writers from different countries, like who though have not born in America but made it their home, and they are defining its multicultural culture. So people from other parts of the world come to America and settle there for many reasons. So Samina Ali is also one of them. Madras on Rainy Days is a novel written by Samina Ali where she narrates a story of a Muslim girl, Laila, who is the child of migrant Muslim parents who migrated to America. She has grown up in the American culture, but her parents want her to marry an Indian Muslim boy. For that, they search a Muslim boy in India, but as she is an American brought up girl, when she comes to India, she feels everything strange and traditional. She has never owned or covered her head, but she accepts everything according to her parents' wish. So for that, she marries to the boy Samir and try to adjust with the family. The story goes on, and the story has many sexual aspects also, and where she feels sometimes awkward and sometimes uncomfortable with the environment of India. But after the marriage, one day what happens, the people of her sasral ask her to read the Quran, but she was unable to read it because it was in Arabic and she does not know the Arabic language. That is why she says that I don't know Arabic language. And then she starts learning. So about brought up in America, she only knows the English language. So and she feels this environment as an alien even though her roots are there in the India only, but sometimes she feels good to see the white shirt, black pant and white black polished shoes, as it is the common outfit in the American culture. So she was torn between the clashes of two different cultures, that is American and traditional Muslim culture. So here we can also have the autobiographical elements of Samina Ali being an American and Indian. This novel is exploring about the dilemma confronting Laila, a second generation Indian American Muslim. She wants to become a dutiful Muslim daughter and an independent young American. When she enters into the closed world of tradition and ritual as the wedding preparations get underway in Hyderabad, Laila and Samir tussle out not just their personal and their sexual struggles, but they actually struggle with where and how they belong to both United States and India. So in the concluding part, I just want to say the last lines of the novel in the conclusion part. In the set novel, Laila gets success in finding her real freedom and say, my body hidden and safe under the chadar, belonging only to me in the Western world, has come to weave the Muslim veil as an oppressive device. But still here, the chadar provides Laila the freedom she has long awaited, with or without the veil, in India. Thank you so much, madam, for giving me this opportunity.
Rekha has raised her hand. Thank you, Naushad for presenting your paper. Out of selected 8 participants, 7 presented their paper. I take opportunity to admire and congratulate all these 7 participants. Now it is time to request Dr. Chansoria to address a note. Before this, I like to request all participants, if you have any query, you can put in chat box. Miss, yes, Miss Megha Mishra, you want to ask anything? Have you any question? Please open your mic. Okay. Chat box, yes. Nothing. Okay, all right. So we proceed the program and request Mr. Chansoria to address a note and wind up the session. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, sir. You are not audible. Please open your mic. No, sir is taking the help of someone who is. Off है, off है। वहां से on है, dear. ये देखिए, off.
Hello.
Yes,
Am I
please.
audible, Smita? Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Am I
Yes, sir,
audible?
you are audible.
Yes, sir.
There is some problem with my laptop. So I have come to my mobile. Okay, I'm sorry. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So let me first thank and congratulate the convener of the webinar, Abha, my colleague, and Pratibha, and the whole Mahakoshal team to have organized such a grand event, international seminar, webinar. Looking to the time constraint, I come to the presentations. I have certain suggestions with Asif Ahmad. Your uh, title, realistic. Is it realistic? Asif Karim boy as a true social realistic.
Sorry, sir. I like to interrupt you. Please keep your mobile at some little distance so that you will
Okay.
be.
Is it all right now?
Yeah, yeah.
So realistic is an adjective, and similarly there is one more paper, major. So again, it's an adjective. So I would request the research scholars to be a little careful. The title of the webinar is well thought over and has opened a vast spectrum for scholars. In the morning, I could listen to the keynote address of Professor Krishna Mohan Pandey and his erudite erudition impressed me. As I was watching, most of the participants are from India. I would just like to make just 2-3 points, and I would like to conclude looking to the time constraint. I understand that literature to be universally acceptable has to be apolitical. Now, what we find in the present day circumstances in our country, that literature is being created under the influence of political cloud, or so to say, is being created under the motivation of biased thoughts and ideas. The limitations of this webinar does not permit me to elaborate on this issue any further, but I have just left a room of thought for scholars to explore this expression. Now, coming to culture, I understand that Indian culture, let us come to Indian culture. So the Indian cultural history evidences the fact that it's marked by a strong thread of unity, which runs through the infinite multiplicity of her life. And this thread of unity is not woven by any stress or pressure of any power group, but by the vision of seers, the vigil of saints, the speculation of philosophers like Buddha, say Nagarjun, Adi Shankaracharya, Chanakya, Agastya, Muni Chandilya, Muni Bharadwaj, and so on. We have a list of Patanjali, Katyayan, and so many philosophers of, infinite renown, we'll say. So it will not be out of place to state that the Indian culture is rooted in the Indian spiritual values. Now, what are these? What is the? Let me epitomize that. What is this? The gist of this value, and Subhay Krishna Mohan Pandey very aptly cited Vedavyas, because Vedavyas is the author of the Purans, the Mahabharata. And after writing these 18 Purans, when he was questioned that, you see, what is the gist of these huge 18 volumes? So, and what he answered was that Ekadash Puraneshu Vyasasya Vachanam Dvayam. In thus two statements, he described the essence of those 18 Purans, that Ekadash Puraneshu Vyasasya Vachanam Dvayam Paropkaraya Punyaya Papaya Parapidhanam. Paropkaraya Punyaya. So the essence of Indian cultural spiritual value is paropkar, charity. Charity is the essence, and this research scholar who was talking of Mahabharat. When we talk of Mahabharat, we talk of Gita, and in Gita, the concept is good and evil. Again, you have to choose. Besides other things which he was talking about, I would like him to concentrate on the moral of the story, that good wins, evil is eventually and finally defeated. That is the essence. And what is suggested is paropkar. Ravishchandro ghana vriksha nadi gavaksh sajjana. Another shlok, that Ravishchandro, Ravi, that is sun, moon, ghana is sky, vraksh, trees, nadi, and gavaksh is cow, and sajjana, that is a good human being. So Ravish Chandro Ghana Vriksha Nadi Gavaksh Sajjana Ete Paropkaraya Yuge Devena Nirmita. God has created. So a good human being is compared to Surya, to Chandra, to sky, to trees, who are meant to deliver Paropkar. Paropkaraya Phalanti Viksha Paropkaraya Vahanti Nadyah Paropkaraya Duhanti Gavah Paropkaraya Vidam Shariram. जिस तरह से फल अपना 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 पेड़ अपना फल जो है वो परोपकार के लिए देता है, जिस तरह से नदी अपना जल जो है परोपकार के लिए देती है, चैरिटी के लिए देती है, जिस तरह से गाय परोपकाराय दुहंति गावे, जिस तरह से गाय अपना दूध जो है वो परोपकार के लिए देती है, परोपकार परोपकाराय इदम शरीरम। इसी तरह से जो आपको मानव शरीर मिला है वो परोपकार के लिए हमको मिला है। और दिस इज व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड to be the essence of Indian cultural spiritual value. We believe in charity for all, not only human beings. I am nijam paroveti gadna lagu chetanam udar charita naam cha vasudhaiv kutumbakam. तो ये मेरा है, ये तेरा है, इदम निजम। ये इस तरह की बात तो बहुत, इनकी गणना बहुत छोटे लोग करते हैं। उदार चरिता नाम, आपको उदार चरित्र अपना बनाना है, तो वो क्या है? वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, यानी not only human beings but all creatures, all living objects also. You see, उन सब के लिए हमको जो है वो सब हमारे परिवार के सदस्य हैं, हमको सबका ख्याल रखना है, हमको सबका कार्य करना है। This is the essence of Indian spiritual cultural values. So I would, with this brief note, looking to the paucity of time available, I would like to conclude that we had a very good session. All the papers are very thought-provoking. They are giving new ideas. They will give room for new scholars to elaborate upon. And if there are any questions, I would invite any question, and I leave the dais for the moderator now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an interesting, meaningful, and relevant deliverance. Now it is time to extend heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Alok Chansuria, all the professors, faculty members, eminent scholars, and students for giving their valuable time and patient listening. I also like to thank organizing committee for giving me chance to moderate this session. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we will be here again at sharp 11 o'clock for the next session of 7 February. Thank you so much. Have a great day. With
the
Thank
kind
you.
permission of convener of the webinar, I declare the closing of the session. Thank you so much.